And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Garden Live. Right now, we are looking at the moon. The moon is out this time. Before, the moon usually is not out. So that's why this is something cool to see. And there is a palm tree and the moon of the crescent. Not really a crescent moon, but it's almost there. And there's more. Some of their houses, some neighbors have more lights on this time, so it'll be a little bit different, but there's still a live stream of the garden. It just looks kind of like a different setting. Hey Noah, welcome to the stream. Glad you could join us. Hope you're doing well. All right, so this is the moon, right? And it's moving through a palm tree. So there's a big palm tree right there, and there's a star. It's probably Venus, I suppose. I'm not completely certain, but it's probably something like that. And then there is the moon that is lurking right there. Okay. Yeah, I always like to see this type of scenery when the moon is going through the different trees. And it's very cloudy, but it could be still seen shining through. So it's really a ghoulish type look to it. You know, I like that. And the moon has different cycles to it. There's the waning crescent, there's the new moon, and there's the full moon. And the moon goes through constant cycles. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Glad you like it, Noah. Yeah, so there's also a Gibson's crescent. There's all kinds of different variations of the moon. They have different names to it. And you see, there's kind of like a spooky look it can have to it. These types of settings. The moon does things to the body with the water in the body. And the reason why a full moon comes out, people believe that it can make people loony because it affects the magnetic field of everything, and it could affect the magnetic field of us too. That's something it is known to do, right? And the full moon, it's when wolves and stuff howl to it. I've seen some dogs do that before, and it's interesting. So you have that, and the moon will kind of, you see, go behind that house over there. Yeah, but it's good to finally see the moon because it's been a while since I've seen it. Yeah, sure. You can go play your game. That's fine. I'll be here looking around the garden. All right, and you have all these different trees, and it's very dark. They look kind of like, stick figures, but they're not really stick figures. And yeah, and that's the moon, and it's drifting behind that house, and it'll eventually be gone. And then there's the companion star. It's adjacent to it. And let's go here. Let's see. Turn our light on. Okay, and here is all of our plants that we've been looking at. All right, let's see how it's going over here. Okay. Good. Okay, so yeah, Yeah, and right there it is the Clover. Right there. So from what I could see from this bird's eye view, yeah, it looks like it's even more intense than it was before. And that is fascinating. It's getting more and more potent. That one is just completely covered, it looks like, from underneath. Yeah. Yeah, underneath looks very completely covered. Hey, and just kind of do the bird's eye view of it. Okay, it's going all over the place. There we go. Yeah, so that's the bird's eye view of it. And it definitely looks like it's more than it was before and just going to keep on taking over everything. Yeah, so this is a fascinating thing to watch transact. Cool, and let's get even closer. You know, and this is rust. It's clover rust. You know, Timu clover rust right here. What on earth is this? Let's see. I don't even know what that's a little bug of some kind. I don't know what it is, but it's a little dot. Yeah, I've never seen something like that before. Yeah, I don't know. It's some sort of a bug. Yeah, so these funguses are taking over these different plants right here, and they are, as I said, they're just getting more and more orange looking, and it's okay because it's just how it is. And the plants look like they were living their life naturally, and they die out on their own. But yeah, that's what I see here is just, let's see, kind of see underneath it. Oh, there we go. Now this is a good angle to look at this. This is kind of like the view of like a garden gnome or one of those other things, like a leprechaun. That's what it would look like from that angle. Okay, so yeah, that right there is underneath, and that's all the, whatever this fungus is exactly, and that's it taking over. Where's the hallucinogens? Yeah, browser, it's right there. There it is. You have the garden gnome view, the leprechaun view, and yeah, it's all right there. The trippy clovers. Yeah. Find some magic shrooms. Yeah, we will definitely look for the magic shrooms. And right now we are looking at the magic clovers. Okay, so what this is called clover rust. And it's something that grows on it's like a viral thing that spreads all over the clovers and different plants, and they communicate with each other. The fungus communicates with each other. So that's what it is. And it's something I'd say is quite trippy too. So that's the closest thing at the moment I could find to the magic shrooms right now. Hello, Noah. You're looking at this through the lens of a gnome or a leprechaun. Yeah, so this is the funguses that are growing on the clover. An up close view, because before I could like tell you about it, but that's like kind of like being right, you know, like this is like it's kind of cool. It's like being the size of one of these things. Yeah, okay. Right there's some more I didn't see. And yeah, all underneath that is more of those. Yeah, so you'd be tripping out of Bowser for quite a while on these. So the Alien Garden specialty. Yeah. Hello, Lori. It is great to see you. Welcome to the Garden Live. Okay, and yeah, so this is the rust, clover rust, and this is, as I said, an angle of some sort of small little critter, like one of those mythical creatures, like a leprechaun view. Or a gnome, yeah. So that is that's like right underneath of it. And I think that is a very cool angle. And those are some more of the flowers. Yeah. Okay, and this is the other view. And by the way, browsers are good to see you, as always. So yeah, that is, this is more of it, and it's getting more and more of rusted looking. Quite fascinating. Yes. Yeah, and I remember we were talking about this, and we figured out what it is. And yeah, right here, this one is a very dark green compared to all those that are turning more and more orange. Right. And then you got this that's just hanging out. So at the moment, they're the only ones being infected, but it's not spreading all over the place to the other ones just yet, to the other types of plants. So it seems like it's plant by plant. But yeah, it's gradually getting more and more orange. Right, and going here. Yeah, and as we look through here, we'll see if any little critters come out, because they definitely like to do that. Yeah, I really have been... I've not heard too much tonight on the raccoons, those things we call banded puppies, but they certainly will be coming out at some point. But yeah, it's a little bit cooler right now than it has been, but it's not freezing like it was recently. Yeah, and it looks like some of these plants are living their natural life cycle. Looks like, and it might be kind of fading out, and that's pretty cool. Oh, the tree rats. Yeah. So over here, yeah, the tree rats will be up in these trees, and they will be absolutely trying to, they'll walk around and they kind of hop between these different trees, and we'll see them. So yeah, the tree rats are, for some reason at the moment, it looks like they're at a meeting, but yeah, they go into these bushes. Observing these things at night, I've seen that they will go into some of these bushes and kind of walk around and peep, and then the cat tries to go and look at them, but they don't ever really get to them too much. And this is where, like, in nature, that I always like to be, because it's nice being around the plants. And look at these, they're getting bigger, and I like how those leaves are just expanding more and more. That's very nice. It's very, very cool. So, and these are other hitchhiker plants. These little ball things will latch on to your body or to the clothes, and they'll be carried around. That's how they get to place. The tree rats are, different types of... There is a type of rat that is native to trees. I do personally think that the tree rats are regular rats that went in trees to avoid cats, and they come down sometimes, and then the cat tries to get them, and they kind of go away. It's a kind of a funny thing. It goes back and forth. Yeah. All right. So yeah, definitely. Oh, thank you, Lori. I didn't know the name. Thanks. Yeah. So right here, we have some of these that will get really big. They'll go to the sky. And oh, look, these are starting to seed. They make these like bean pods, and we've talked about this plant before on the show. It's a seed dispersal tactic, means carried by animals. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that's what it does. Thank you. Oh, that is cool that you're playing Roblox and watching my live stream. That is awesome. You know, there's a Roblox game that I like to play when I was growing up where you would go and into this airship, like in a flying airship, and I take over the other air balloon and kind of sabotage the other team's thing, what they're doing. Yes. They're very cool. Right here. Yeah, the P-type plants. Oh, the one that everyone thinks it's something else, this plant, which I thought it was something else too. It is something called giant ragweed. But it looks like just weed, but it's actually just giant ragweed right here. And I know, Jay. It's I also look at those leaves. I mean, it looks like it's something else, but it's not something else. And when I saw these, I was like, whoa! When I was little, like that looks like the plant, but it's apparently just giant ragweed. I mean, I could imagine like weed being a plant, and people ask it what it is, and it says, I'm just a giant ragweed. I'm not the other type of weed. Right. Not me is not even close. Yeah, it's just people that, work with weed and know about it, know it's not it. Yes, okay, thank you, not me. Because it's, yeah, because when I looked at weed, like, it did not, making America safe for Donald Trump. Yeah, right on, Jay. Right on. And make it safe and great again, absolutely. And so, yeah, so not me. And you weren't thinking of weed, but it looks toxic. Oh, Lori said the other one looks like a bed straw. The one with the sticky burrs. Oh, okay. Yeah, so anyway, so this plant, I know it's not, like, when I saw the weed plants, it's not the same thing as weed. I knew from, like, seeing the differences, but people kind of think off the bat it looks similar. But, yeah, I know it's not weed, but it looks kind of, some people think it looks kind of similar to it. I guess if you had some sort of, it's like pyrite weed. Okay, Hey, chicken. Good to see you. So, yeah, as I said, it's not my extended warranty, but one of the other aliens on the spaceship. It was the Alien 294. He's the one that left his car. Trying to reach. Yeah, so he was the one curious about the extended warranty. So I'll get with 427. Yeah, he was the one that you need to contact about that. So I'll pass on the message, chicken. I admire your enthusiasm for what you got to do. Facts. Oh, Lori says it was used for stuffed straw mattresses and repel bugs and make the mattresses smell good. Okay, this one right here is edible. Now, of course, you would look online and do your research before consuming something, just as a disclaimer. But yeah, this was used by ancient people for making bread and herbs, and the roots were used for healing different diseases and stuff. So this was by the thousands of years ago. When I was little, I saw these things are very big, and Noise. Yes, Lori, noise. And I for sure thought it was domesticated at one time, reminded me of corn or sunflowers. It is a cousin of sunflowers. And the other weed that people smoke is cousins of sunflowers too. So they both are related to sunflowers, but they're not the same thing. So they have a mutual cousin, but they're not the same thing. But anyway, they're related to sunflowers, and it can cause allergies, like hay fever with people that have hay fever, but it can be used for herbal stuff. And the pioneers and people like that may have used it in the very beginning. A lot of these weeds you see were actually used for herbs, but over time they didn't need them anymore, and they just became weeds that just kind of grew around. And there's more of a pest now, but I like it because it was a cool plant. Hey Samuel, and yeah, that is something that I would think myself, but this is actually, I would think that myself if I was just swiping around and I say, look at this leaf right here. It's it looks like it's something else, but it's not. Apparently, it's not that. It's the giant ragweed, but it had to have the weed in the name. Oh yeah, I know. And that's definitely something that I would think too. And I gotta be hiding out in the jungle I have here for when they come and try to get me. It's like I'm having it's like an operation of mass transportation going on here with all this. Yeah, so. Oh, bro, so Samuel, I am in my garden actually, looking at the different plants that grow around spring, and people like to look at it with me. Lori said those leaves aren't thin, lobbied, and spiky enough to be the other kind. Yeah, because I know and I think they have buds on them, and they don't really have that. Yeah, I know, and I'm good with theatrics and making little films and stuff, so I could make something look like I'm in the jungle somewhere, and it's like, crikey, in the jungle. But yeah, so it is used for herbal stuff, and I like it as a hedge. It's a good privacy hedge, and it's just a pretty plant, and I knew it was domesticated at one time. It had to be. It just, and look at this. It's kind of like a sunflower. You see how it's bent over like this? Kind of like a sunflower is. So I found a use for it, but I knew it had to be domesticated the way it looked. There's no way. And I was right. All right. And the game is named Escape Tsunami for brain rots. Oh, okay. Not a troll, promise, just a homie who makes jokes. Oh, it's okay. Okay, Samuel, good to know. Thank you. I like making jokes. I think it's good. Laughter is the greatest medicine. And thank you for making yourself known. Lenora. Oh, yeah, Lenora, I'm not lost. It's Alan Poe that's lost. Because he was saying he was missing a Lenora. So, but I'm into his stories, and they're really good stories. So I just knew that from reading it, so passing the message on. By the way, I like your TP picture. That's really cool. I like that. Yeah. So I'm basically like, with all this right here, I'm just like Pablo Escobar with all this right here. I have never heard of Ice Age farmer, but I think I know what you're talking about. Is it like a person that was prehistoric? Like a person that was like a farmer from the Ice Age or around that time. I don't really know what you're talking about, but that's what I'm guessing it is. Or I may be remembering something that is. You just said Ice Age farmer, and that's exactly what you're referring to. So yeah, I think I've heard of something like that, but you could explain what you know about that. The bro was like Ice Age farmer, and I said it must have to do with the Ice Age, I suppose. I remember reading something about that, but then yeah, that's exactly what he's talking about. I've heard of it before. And look at that. It looks pretty trippy right here. It looks like a psychedelic thing going on. Oh, Samuel, the spinach and daikon is doing well. I'll go show you it right here. So, by the way, the daikon, I made a daikon salad out of the leaves, and it's very good. And I made another one. I have a full daikon root in the refrigerator. I'm going to eat at some point. But, you know, it's ready to eat. So, this is the spinach right here. And, yeah, the spinach is doing very good. And this is the new one that in the middle that I'm very focused on. And it is coming out very well, and I'm ready to harvest some more of it to eat. Okay, Jay says it was a count, but to do with a lot of growing food and farming, I suppose. Okay. Thank you. I could make like a video about that. This is the crater of the daikon I harvested, and you've seen it before, and that leaf was, some critter ate off of it, so I just let them, go. But this one right here in the center, I'm more focused on. Yes, I have my own maze. Yeah, and this is one of the other daikon that's growing, and it's doing well. It's coming along. Now, right here, we have our broccoli, and every day they're getting bigger and bigger. How I know when the plant's ready to harvest? Okay, so with a daikon, it could be, harvested at any point, really. And it looks like there's... Chat, I'm just discovering this right now. Chat, there's two of them. There's two. There's one right there, and there's one right there. I didn't even know there's two there. I didn't realize that. Oh, thank you, sir. Sir Samuel. Yeah, and when this daikon gets big, it's like about to flower a little before it flowers. We could do it when after it flowers, but before the flower comes up and the roots kind of coming out, then you pull it. These could be harvested at any time. I just want them to get a little bit bigger, but they could be harvested right now. This one, and you've seen this before, but this one is a wild one. Yes, girl dad. Thank you, and that is true. Smash that, grape the like button. Yes, smash the like button. Exactly. And right here is the daikon. This is a spot last year where I grew a daikon, and the seeds started to grow. It's not jasmine. This is the daikon, and it's when it's fully grown from its, flower, when it started flowering. It's a daikon plant. Oh, thank you, Samuel. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the subs. I appreciate it. And Owen says, why is it every time I make a hamburger that meat ends up between my buns? Well, because the buns, yes, the daikons are radish. See, because the buns that you have, according to legends, was from Timu, and the meat, for some reason, had a magnetic attraction, because the Timu buns had magnetism in it. And the meat had metal in it too. If in the face, well, now I do have spinach over there, and it's used for what Popeye, the Sailor Man, does to do that. Now, at the moment, though, I'm going to wait for it to harvest, and I'll give it some thought. But that is an offer I appreciate very much. You have to, patience is key. Oh, the other spinach is winter spinach. And by the way, this is a daikon plant. And this is from seeds. So I grew them last year. I let one of the plants grow and die and not harvest it. And this is I call it a wild daikon, but it could still be eaten. And see how its root is smaller. It doesn't really have the white thing coming out from it. And I just let it grow, and it just is with all the other plants. So I've put a new plant species in the nature here. So it'll keep on coming back every year. You are correct, Bill. You are correct. All right. So going this way, these are the pea type plants. They're kind of like peas. Oh, I just put it in the ground to germinate it. Okay, Vanilla, thank you for the info. A YouTube channel called Crime Pays Botany. Okay. Interesting. I like true crime stuff. Oh, and here is the king snail. Right here. Oh, it's like this. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Facts. Yeah, this is the king snail. And he is hanging out on the plant. That is so cool. Yeah, and are they invasive? Oh, a lot of these plants are invasive species of plants. And when they get too invasive, I could just yank them out. Yeah. Snails are not bad. They can be maybe a nuisance to certain plants, a bit of a pest to certain plants maybe, but I think snails are good. I allow them here, but they can, as I said, technically be a pest to some. All right, and yeah, he zooms in on different plants and talks about them. Oh, Vanilla, that is what a coincidence. It sounds like great minds thinking alike. You're welcome, Bill. Well, I use logo or snail devour everything. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, and yeah, that snail, he's very quickly going to the other plant. All right, and I wonder if Ro's gonna fall off or he's gonna get himself. Oh, he's gradually migrating to that right there. He's gradually migrating. Okay, and Gary is see Gary gets around. Oh, you got snails in some of your aquariums. That's really cool that you have them as pets. I used to have an aquarium of different insects at one time. And it looks like we have to go down this way to see this thing. Okay. Ooh, this is trippy. I'm seeing this through. This is real trippy for some reason. Okay. Yeah, bro is just kind of like hanging loose. See, I thought he was going to fall off. Yeah, I believe it's beneficial to the ecosystem. Absolutely. And yeah, he's just kind of like, he wants to go on the other one, but he doesn't. And oh, look at those eyes. Yeah, and he just kind of comes back up because he's trying to go to the other one, but he's just going to fall off because of his big shell he has. Okay, yeah, he's definitely, like, he's trying to eat something. He's definitely doing something right there. And do you think you could survive in the forest USA by just eating plants for 2 months? I think it would depend on a couple of different things, but you definitely need water to survive. So you have to have a good water source or a way to, say you have water, right? And you want the water to be able, to be hydrated. If you're able to get a water source and purify the water safely, and you have plants that are edible, and I would say yes. Yes. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Hey, Joseph. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, we're watching Gary the Snail right now. How many edible plants do you have compared to natural plants? Ah, that is a very good question. And I don't know all the answers because I haven't like studied every single species. But this, I have, it might be 50-50, but there's quite a few edible plants here that were like weeds. Yeah. I'd say it could be 50-50, but probably a little bit more edible plants than non-edible. I mean, the snails to live off of, I wouldn't necessarily eat one of those snails. I wouldn't know enough about that stuff. I know there's escargot, but I wouldn't necessarily eat those. There's enough root plants. There's root plants all over this. There's root plants all over that you can't even, the plants have not come up yet, but there's roots that are edible in those grounds that I could get anytime. And I don't have any cactuses at the moment. Yes, Joseph, the snails are faster than the two-tire justice system. Yeah, fire. Yeah, fire. Facts girl dead. And so the cactuses, I had a cactus a couple of years ago. It was very, very, very small, and I don't have it anymore. But yeah, in the yard, there's no cactuses. Some people around me have cactuses, but I don't personally have cactuses at the moment. I don't mind getting one of those, and aloe vera is another one. It's not cactus, I don't think, but aloe vera is a good one to get. But yeah, that's something, and I would say out west would be better for a cactus than here because it's too rainy and wet. But people do have them here. But yeah, out west would be a better place for the cactuses. And aloe vera is a succulent, yeah. And I'm going through my own maze. Right here. I just have a maze. Oh, I'm like going deep. I'm going deep. I never did this before, chat, in a long time. I have raccoons we call bandit puppies. We have possums, some rabbits, and rats, and lots of cats, and some dogs. There's probably some other critters that I don't know about, but those are the only ones that I know of that are around. Chat, look at this crazy, creepy plant, dude. Bro, look at this. This is something from another planet, chat. It looks like demonic weed. Scared. Oh, she's saying it's a berry. Yeah, ouch. You can make a crown of thorns out of that. Scared. I don't know what it is, but it's something. You know, it's not just Joe Schmo the plant like that one. This is some crazy stuff. Yeah, one time I was back here during one of the phone lives. Scared. I was in the back during one of the phone lives, and looks into go-to cola and anywhere for your area's weather, bro. Yeah, and I was walking here one time, and I got scraped by this thing, and I was like, yikes, what is this thing? And there it is. What is the worst for the field? That is oh my goodness, chat. Whoa, scared. Nearly fell over for a second. Look at this thing, chat. Look how big this thing got. Whoa, what on earth is this? This is tripping. Whoa. If Jay, if a bunch of these things started growing around, this would be the worst plant for the yard because it's so thorny and spiky. The other plant that I think is like the worst is Well, I will say my favorite plant is actually the hardest one. See, that's how big those giant ragweeds get. Those might be one of the hard. I mean, I love these plants because I chop them up with I have a machete, and they. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I have a machete, and I'll go and like when all these things grow, I chop them up and like do like a sword fight with them. And I have a sword, right? And I sometimes like do practice on those things, and I chop them up. But anyway, but yeah, I would say with a lawnmower, it's a little bit tedious to get this thing. Bogue, Bo, Bougainvillea. Okay, thank you. That's a fun fact to know. Well, I guess it is a good privacy thing to have that. Oh, you too? You too. Okay, let's go here without getting myself scratched up. Let's see how it goes. Chat, wow, chat, this is crazy, chat. Whoa, whoa. There's so many of these spiky plants all over the place. Wow, that's crazy. Well, it's a natural hedge. It's a good hedge. If someone unwanted came through here, they would have a problem, so... Oh, Panama machete, that's good. Whoa, whoa. Alright. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, this plant right here is like bamboo. Let's see. Chat, there's so many of these. All over the place. Wow, right here. Okay, so that's the palm tree. Right here, this is the palm tree. I used to hang out at, like when I was in high school, I used to hang out here all the time and talk on the phone and stuff, and now I'm talking to people on YouTube. Yeah, the bamboo could be difficult. And that garbage can has been there for over 10 years. It could be blackberry because I have blackberry plant. No, there's berry plants here, so that's probably blackberry. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I don't know for certain, but I think it is. Yeah. I hear a critter. Is there any rodents or animals that give you hard time or just let it run naturally? Oh, there are tree rats. And get my balance for a moment. See, without cutting myself up. All right, this tree is where a bunch of rats like to live in. And they also go over there too. You know, so the tree rats are kind of annoying, but they don't really do too much to anybody. Right, and I would hang out there and see that tree. They love trees and palm trees. Yeah, yeah. All right, and I used to talk on the phone right where I'm standing and over there too. And now I'm on YouTube with people over the world hanging out, so that's pretty crazy. I mean, in a good way. So shout out to all of you. And okay, that looks like this is like a wheat plant because it looks kind of like wheat. Like when the little flower thing comes up, it looks like a bunch of wheat or rye. And after you go over that loop, you go to this like kind of pirate cove thing right there. This is where a lot of abandoned puppies are when we go and look at them. Just for the record, and this is like close up. So this is like a breakthrough that I've not gone this far into it on the stream in a long time. So making sure I got everything right to go backwards because this is a obstacle course. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, I'm still here. See, these are nice purple flowers. Okay, and this is some, tree things. Blackberry Rum Cove. That is facts. Yeah, Blackberry Rum Cove. Arg. Yeah, Alien got the purple. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so in there, that's where they are, and we have the, oh, something going on here. Okay, I'm alright. There was just a little plant on me. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, that's Pirate Rum Cove right there. Very cool. And yeah. So yeah, rum, you know, making the rum with that is a good idea. And yeah, that's all of it growing naturally. And there's tons of them. But as I said, it's a good thing because this is where it's like a privacy hedge. And if someone unwanted came through here, they'll get spiked. So yeah. And this board, that's a piece of sheet metal that's used for roofs, and it was used for a building one time. And it's all good, you know, making noises. Yeah, so those are some more of these things. And that, you know, these poles. All right, and going this way. Whoa, the obstacle course. There's a critter in there, and he's moving around. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is one of them. A graveyard of those things. Yeah, so yeah, bro has, I got myself a whole maze. Scared. Yeah, crikey. Looky here, crikey. Crikey. Alright. And this is the, kind of like they'll do this when there's something to eat. Yeah, so, yeah, this is the long stick. Oh, look, it's a long pole, and you see, this is kind of like, it's going to be like a catapult. You put all that, and put a rope on that, and hold tension, and it goes, well, you see, that one broke, but usually what happens is, you put it back like that, it just goes boom, and it goes that way. But yeah, these are very weak sticks. And right there, that one bent over from rain and different, you know, it almost looks like you're about to build a ship with this. And that's pretty cool. It's like you're going to build a ship and set sail. And, oh, this is kind of like a bow and arrow. Like a giant bow and arrow. So you have this thing right here. Kind of like, see, and then you can just kind of put something here and aim it through this. And you kind of hold it back. And then, boom, it goes off. Scared. Boom, and there. So, yeah, there's all kinds of things that you could see and make out of random stuff. Yeah, Joseph, that's a good idea. Need get you an Olight Surfire torch for your lives. Yes. Yes. And yeah, I just think that with, you know, one of my friends and I used to talk about like bows and arrows, and you know, you could take like these different, you know, wood, and you could put like a string in it, and then that's how the archer bow would work. And that one right there, as I said, these are very weak pieces of wood. They're very weak. They've been out here for months, and since the summer they were put here. The reason why they're broken like this is because of the cold fronts that come in, and they cause a lot of these things to break. And that is usually what the problem is. So these would not be suitable for a bow and arrow or something, but yeah, that's basically what the shape is right. You know, the shape is in the right place. Oh, you have a compound bow, but it needs new strings. I got you. Got you. Yeah, that is that. I mean, you could use this right here for your compound bow. It'll work. It's like iron. So that is cool that you're going to be getting that at the right time. And look at all that. All those are growing big. And continuing through here. And I always have to duck because there's this branch here. There's this branch right here. And sometimes I hit my head on it. So I have to duck. Yikes. You know, you're just walking. I'm kind of like Willy Wonka from the 2005 version. And he just kind of walks into his elevator thing. I mean, his elevator, and he just kind of falls. That's kind of like what happens to me. Oh, look who it is. Everybody, it's Claude. Lori says, I also have an old wooden one, about 6 feet long, very no string. Oh, that's cool, Lori. Oh, Bass Pro. Bass Pro. Oh, that is cool. Oh, this is Claude, everybody. He's the garden. He guards the garden at night. Okay, is he going to go on the hunt? Crikey. Okay, and he sees something. He sees something. Yeah, you know you see something, Claude. Thanks, Joes. We also have bow shops nearby. Yeah. Oh, that would be so cool. And I like how, those bows are so cool. It's very fun to shoot them. So for those that are just like coming in, it's fun to shoot a bow and arrow, okay, just at a target. Because I know I'm like, have this video on this cat, and I'm like, oh, it's fun to shoot him. It's like, people are like, bruh. So that's not what, so I meant like the archery is a fun sport to do. I did it before, and it's nice. Bow tech. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, and yeah, he definitely hears something. Yeah, that is true. I do think he might just be chilling with me. He's sociable. Yet last night he was pouncing on a rat. Okay. The Claude podcast. Claudecast. Okay. Oh, it looks like Milo. Oh, that is so cool. And hello, Nim. I have a cat that looks just like your profile picture, Nim. Bubbles' his brother, who's another outside cat, and Bubbles the cat inside. So that is so cool. Yes, Claude eats well. He is a bit spoiled too. And he has that leopard print on his body. Like, he looks like almost like a wildcat. Yeah, facts. Yeah, cats are awesome. Cats are awesome. Hello, Virginia. It's great to see you. Welcome to the Garden Live. And I saw a possum way earlier, but not much tonight. The banded puppies are around, but I've not heard much from them. But yeah, now we're watching our cat. Oh, thank you. Glad that you like our cat, Claude. He is grooming himself, and now he's going back this way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Joseph, you're waiting for me to see the pretend invasion that we're going to do. Yeah. Oh, he's very big, Nim? Nice. He is the brother of Claude. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I am looking for a baby possum to raise. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, we have quite a few of them around here. They are really plentiful around the area. But yeah, Joseph, I know exactly what you're talking about. The Blue Project. And then the real aliens will come to make world peace, and that's when the real problems start happening. I love cats too, Nim. And on my channel, I have lots of shorts about cats, and we talk about them frequently. So you are in the right place. And my family has rescued and fed cats for decades on both sides. Yeah, so... Yeah, so with the project, they... You know, these aliens... You know, there's... People have different theories. You know, some... Joseph, that was brilliant. Catillions. Reptilians. Yes. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, definitely. I have family in England and family in America. I'm in America right now. And, yeah, they both rescued cats, and my family in England rescued cats and dogs. But mostly here, the American ones was mainly cats. And we have like another facility, like another place where on the property where we have cats that are inside and like are adopted. So that was always cool. So yeah, cats have reptilian ways about them. And something that the cats do is they have eyes like a lizard, and they have certain impulses like lizards. You always want to run a cat sanctuary. Well, yeah, that is very cool. Exactly, Nuv, 420. Yeah, 420, they do that, and shout out to the cats, and they're very good at... they're very good with snakes. You know, cats have these very serious reflexes that are like out of this world, that are alien. And they jump on everything. Like they'll go and take a snake out immediately. Like, those cats are incredible. Like, they have superpowers. Joseph says, I want to go to Japan. They have cafes with a bunch of cats sleeping all over them. Oh yeah, that's a place that we got to go one day, and I'll do a stream there. yeah, that'll be cool to see. I think Turkey has one too, but yeah, the cat cafe is one that definitely a place to go. And yeah, having cats all over the place is a good thing because they'll keep all the rodents away. In ancient times, they would go and take out, well, to now too, they would take out pests and rats and rodents, and they also are good at catching roaches too. Istanbul, Turkey, you're right. There's a cat island in Japan also. Yeah, okay. They have it in both places. Yeah, and it's just like a cat paradise where they have a bunch of cats everywhere. Yeah, so my family had the cats rescued for like stray cats and stuff. They would come in and save the cats and take care of them, and also feeding the outside ones. So Claude is kind of a bad cat sometimes, or he's not bad. He gets aggressive, and sometimes he wants to square up with other cats, and he just kind of like gets low and he kind of walks towards them, and they know he's about to be up to something. Okay, it looks like he's now Claude is chilling. Claude's chilling now. He has a nice big streak on his back with a bunch of leopard dots. Yeah. And that is certainly awesome. Yeah, and the moon is gone, by the way. Moon is gone. Joseph said, I can't stand strays anymore. They pee and poo everywhere. I'm over that, lol. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Vash. He is. He is loafing. Yes. Yeah. And he also, another term is he's roosting. So there's that there. Yeah, Joseph, I definitely understand the struggle of the stray cats. We would have cats here that would go to the bathroom everywhere, and sometimes you go and walk in it, and it'd be cringe. And then I made a pathways like this, where you could either see the mess or not step in it at all, because usually that like grassy lands. So that was a way I was able to make these pathways and negate these. I created these paths by pacing back and forth so much. So that was good. And another thing that occurred was there's a shingle path, or you see how these like cardboard, like you use different paths like that to negate those issues. Nim says, we call them bread bun when our cats do that. Oh, okay. And yeah, landmines. Okay, hey Billy, I have not as many as I used to. I want to give you a number. Okay, I just have to think. So there is one in my house. Grandparents have one, so that's 2. There's the back. There's 5, and there's about 7. There's 8. There's about 8 and 8 and 9. So the inside cats are about 9. The outside cats would make about 12 altogether, maybe 13, because no, it's about 12. But there's some cats that come around here and don't come back and forth for a while. So yeah, that about that much. But before, my family has had, now there is a cat room, a cat like sanctuary where there is enough room for everybody, but there used to be about 20 of them at one time. My family had over the years, and they were in facilities. They were like in a facility where there was enough room for them and everything. But yeah, the cats were, I'd say, quite a bit, over 20, around 20. Yeah, we have feral cats. This cat right here is a little bit feral, but you could touch him. Oh, good morning, Noak. Noak the cat, Noctis the cat. Welcome to the stream. One of your cat brethren is right here, just hanging out, enjoying the garden on this Thursday morning. Yeah, so that looks like that one. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. They're cousins. And Bo's brother is a stray. I mean, he's a feral cat, but my mom's able to touch him. Oh, you have brethren cats too. Facts. Yeah, very cute cat. I like the black cat. We have a black cat around here that's feral, and his name's Elvis. So we have that one. Oh, that is so cool that you rescue stray cats and you find them homes. That's great. Kermit. L Kermit 420. Well, this cat is kind of like a skinwalker. He can really bite and get and start getting, his personality shifts a little bit, so I'll keep an eye on him. I'll certainly keep an eye on him. Thanks for the heads up, Kermit. And you just keep blazing and just chill in the garden, okay? And I have a black cat named Salem. Oh, Salem's a good name for a cat, for a black cat. Yeah, that's a good name. I like that. When I was a kid, people would put kittens in pillowcases and dump. I would bring him. We had 30, and one time my mom would feed them. I remember a line of heads down and cat butt and air all eating. Well, Billy, that is good that you... Oh, thank you, Nim. Yeah, thank you for subscribing and liking. I do these lives every single night, and I go live every day, and I have lots of shorts about cats, and we talk about a variety of different things. Aliens, conspiracy theories, trials, all kinds of things. It's very eclectic, so I appreciate it. And that's good, Billy, that you and your mom were helping out the cats. That's good. And the kittens. The kittens can be very cute. And some people just don't care about animals, but I'm glad that there's good people out there that care about them. All right. Noctis says, cats are beings that defy time and space. You see, like a cat, he'll disappear. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad to help. And yeah, so cats, like, there'll be a time where cats will disappear, and then they reappear. And it's like, one time, my friend, Mermaid, who's on this channel, her kitten was missing, and she was freaking out. And I assumed the cat was somewhere in the house, but I didn't really know for sure. But yeah, the cat came out of nowhere, and the cat was hiding within the sofa somewhere. But yeah, cats could just disappear like magicians, and you like blink and it appears like on a table or a cabinet looking over you. They're like interdimensional, and cats just have a mesmerizing gaze at times too. So that is another thing as well that they do. Billy says cats don't really need humans, but dogs do. A cat is going to eat no matter what. Yeah. Nim said, my cat Salem just had a sugary today. Oh, hilarious. Yeah. And cats love to sleep on the job and not go to work, and they don't need to work though. We are their slaves and servants, and we give them food and water and whatever. It's like what the dog needs a human, but the cat, we are the cat's pets. That's what the reality is. And Vash says, that reminds me of Briggs' idea last night. You should cover a myth or a cryptid at some point during these lives, maybe ones that you are most interested in. Just saying. Oh yeah, I'm already looking into the cryptids, and we'll talk about them definitely. And thank you, Vash. I'm looking. I looked into one today, actually. Yes, talk about your cryptid story. I'm all ears. Oh, I thought you were describing relationship with Jewish people. And yeah, I am not Mr. Boston. I am not the scholar on that, so I like to know what made you think that. I'm just out of curiosity. And hello, Mex. It's great to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, this is my cat. She has a good tooth extraction, but she's home and good and safe. Okay, let's see. Let's see this. Oh, the cat had a surgery. Okay, prayers and thoughts that, over time she'll heal, and sometimes it can be sore after it, but she'll recover. So you use fiction to distract yourself from reality because your life sucks and your cat, dude. Well, if your life sucks, mister, what you can do is you can make your own channel, or you can, make your own content and be famous like I am. You have a cool little rainbow thing in your picture. So, with your rainbow ways, you can always, do it yourself. So, you just have to believe in yourself, all right? You could do it too. Anyway, and Noctis says, I came across the creature. Yeah, exactly. I have came across these creatures when passing through Native American reservations in Southwest at night. Okay, so describe to me what the cryptid was exactly. I mean, like, what did it look like, if you recall what it looked like? Yeah, haters can leave. It just, like, say somebody's, like, in the basement and they just have nothing to do, and, they do stuff like that. But, yeah, and anybody can be successful. They put their mind to it. And a dog will look up to you, a cat will look down on you, but a pig will treat you as an equal. And, my grandpa and some of my family had a pig. No, he didn't have a pig farm. One of my relatives had a pig farm a while back, and it didn't smell good. This garden smells much better than what the pig farm will be. And yes. So there's a cryptid, and by the way, I am going to do more cryptid stories on these live streams, and I'm going to talk about them, but I was going to talk about a cryptid tonight too. So in Colorado, there is this cryptid that is very bizarre, something I've never heard or seen before. And in the situation, it was this giant whale-looking thing that was very oily, and it came out of the mountain, or like say like a volcano, right? Or it wasn't like out of a volcano, but that's what it was described as looking. And Noctis says, I had an evil cryptid spirit that followed me and an ex-girlfriend. Yeah, I do believe those things. Okay, thank you for explaining. I do think those things are real, and I believe in... Oh, you almost crashed a few times. Now, the thing with those things, I do believe those things are real, and they're interdimensional beings that are fallen entities, like fallen watchers, fallen angels. stuff like that. And I do believe a lot of aliens. I do believe there's aliens from other planets and stuff like that, but I do think some aliens are uh, fallen watcher demon things, like they're connected. And yeah, so what you experienced was, one of those fallen entities. Now, there's theories that some of the Nephilim that were in the Great Flood, or the spirits of those things, are those cryptid watchers that you're speaking of. Now, it's possible. Let's just take it at face value. And there's a cryptid, right? And the cryptid. Yeah, I believe in aliens too. And there's a cryptid, right? And it's just some sort of a creature that we're not completely certain of what it is, but I do believe in evil spirits, okay? And you did experience a sighting of some evil entity, and I do think some of them are fallen entities that are supernatural that might be also a hybrid between cryptids and our things. And while coming home, driving through Arizona, New Mexico desert. Yeah, that's where like a lot of those skinwalkers and things are, and some of the witchcraft people will shapeshift into things. So that's something else, and you definitely did experience that. And God is with you and will protect you from those things. But glad that you told the tale, though. Thank you. And always tell. And anybody could say any kind of cryptid story they want to. This is the place for that. How do you think about shadow people? Yes, Max, they are in the oceans too. And the USOs. I'll get to that in a moment. Now, Billy says, how do you feel about shadow people? I remember when I was a kid and I was watching... Oh, good that you banished it away. Amen. About shadow people. I think shadow people are really... they're real, and there's some demonic entity of some kind. What that is, I was watching Discovery Channel in like 2008, 2009, or 7, around that time, and there was something called The Hauntings on Discovery, and it always scared the crud out of me, but I liked watching it and I loved it. I like scary things, and you had these people that would go into houses and they would be haunted, and some creepy sighting happens, and this one dude was doing some ghost hunting thing with his family or somebody, and this idiot kid was... I don't want to be too harsh on him because he didn't know any better, but anybody can make a mistake. So he had these two metal sticks that do something with the other dimensions, and he kept on playing around with it like doi doi, just kind of playing with it. And I think his mom or somebody was like, "Dude, don't do that." And then they saw one of the shadow people, and they kind of show like a person, like a shadow figure standing, and it was like not a good entity. So I do think they're real, and it's some sort of dark energy force of some kind. And Max, I do believe in the UFOs in the ocean are called USOs. And a lot of the people in our Navy and our ships, they were seeing some of these creatures, these alien things, these UFOs go in the water and come out the water too at incredible speeds. And the sonars detect. Oh, thank you, Mr. Morningstar. Welcome to the channel. And what these things did was they would come in and out of the water, right? And what they would do is, I think that they're aliens, that have bases underwater, and they come in and out because that's what the sonar detects. So there's something they're going to underwater. It's like a size of a football field. Yeah, definitely. Navy. Yeah, I believe that mermaids are real too. And with the mermaids, those are... and I'm getting to everybody's questions and what they're saying in time. And see, with the mermaids and fairies and goblins and things like that, I have seen many of those, and research about many of those things. Now, what those things is possibly hybrids between fallen angels and humans that were created. And there was this other thing where they're hybrids because sometimes the fallen angels made it with things in the sea or on land and different places. So that's how it worked. And I do think that or it's the fallen entities themselves appearing as different things. So Noctis says, but it showed in a dreams after and followed me, even noticed it in sides of the roads and when traveling at times time near ago. And in Mexico, they're known as, I'm not pronouncing that right, but it is duendes. Okay, thank you for letting me know about that. I've never heard of that before. Show dreams follow notice in some of the roads traveling. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, chupacabras, right? Humans call them dogman. I've had many experiences with bipedal, upright, walking wolfmen. Oh, really? Really? Or gnomes, okay. Humans call them dogmen. Oh, okay, okay. You know, Anubis was a dogman, and he was a supernatural being thing that had a dog face, and he would weigh the sins of people, their deeds, next to a feather. And scared. And those things that you would see, they would weigh them against that. And when that would happen, what occurred is if somebody's deeds were more than a feather, they would go away. Now, I believe is that with, say, God is, say, there's a dove feather, and say Jesus is the other feather that takes the place for what humans did wrong. That way it balances itself out. That's combining different religions together right there. But anyway, yeah, Anubis is a dog man. Just this, I know that's not what you meant, but I had to say it. So anyway, the goat man. Yeah, I believe that is real. It's the that's another fallen entity that is there and exists. Yeah, scared. All right, games man. I had a huge UAP experience here in New Zealand. Last year, in April 4th, a huge orange orb appeared in the atmosphere, and my friends seen it with me. Objects and light were coming as it was descending. I took 28 videos of them over a 3-hour period. And I took 20 videos of them over three. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Cario Kiwi. Okay. Okay. And, well, thank you for sharing that experience. I definitely appreciate it. And let's see this. Anything else? Okay. Yeah, so I do believe that, they're in the oceans too. The USOs, the UFOs, USOs. So there's the cryptid in Colorado. It was this giant whale-looking thing that would be slimy and oily. Oh, thank you, games. As many people that had these experiences, it must be documented and shown to everybody as much as possible. Yeah, and the thing about the cryptid, yes, and feel free to. I would like to hear another story if you'd like, Noctis. I'd like to hear another one if you'd like. To talk about it. And yeah, it's very important for people to know about these things. So I do believe in supernatural entities, and they are real. And North Island here is okay. Oh, that someone's in North Island. Okay. So what happened was this giant whale thing went off the mountain, and it was very crazy. And the people that were seeing it, it was and it comes off of a 45-degree angle. So this cryptid goes from a 45-degree angle and just kind of goes into the water, and it's like a whale that's kind of like slimy that's on land that goes into waters, or at least some kind of body like that. Or it's just completely on land if there's no water around or a stream or anything. So the town, the person that was in the town that wanted to deal with the problem thought he was an idiot or a fool. But that's allegedly a cryptid that was appearing in Colorado, like a whale serpent looking thing. Oh, okay, Noctis, I like to hear. And the gamesman, my experience was just north of Christchurch in my town called Wood End. Oh, okay, okay. And I like to hear as much about it as possible. And, you know, with these, another thing, the chupacabra, which is known as a goat sucker, is this kind of weird, spiky looking cryptid. And it looks kind of like an alien thing. And it drinks the blood of goats. And, you know, and it was like destroying the livestock. Now, aliens are known to destroy livestock with their crop circles, and they're known to like harvest cows and whatever's around. That's what they're known to do for whatever reason. But yeah, that is something that they do also. The aliens, but yeah, the chupacabra. The chupacabra is this very like demented, like supernatural dog-looking thing with spikes on it, and it was known to eat them like that. So that is the chupacabra. And that, he said, that's when I found out about Google cybersecurity employees on YouTube. Okay, yeah, okay, and oh, I've heard of that saint, Noctis. I've heard about that saint, and he invoked the saint, and I received direct contact when invoking her spirit. I know who that is. I've I was studying about that, and that is very interesting that you had an experience with her. Yeah, I've heard about it before. So, and you invoked and received direct contact when invoking her spirit. Oh, okay. So, uh, did you have like a feeling? Oh, you and your cats felt her. Yes. Okay. Okay. And he invokes the Beelzebub, and yeah. Now, I personally do not invoke that one, but I definitely think the corporations and a lot of like the entities out there like that have Hollywood and stuff definitely believe in that. All right, Noctis, that is a very cool experience that you and your cat felt her. I Yeah, it's La Santa Muerte. Yeah, and Noctis says I received her statues when invoking her. I heard knocks, 3 knocks. Oh, interesting, interesting. On a bright day in spring. Okay. Yeah, and I I believe that the look, little kitty, he is doing that right there. Yes, I definitely believe the supernatural entities are real. Definitely. Okay, and under the boss says, my grandfather was a 33rd degree Ace and Lodge headmaster, and that catered Queen Elizabeth of England's trip to Nigeria. On her trip, 7 children went missing. Ah, okay. Okay, I am not surprised that 7 children went missing. I'm sure that a lot of adrenochrome was harvested, and that is, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, the adrenochrome. That's what the reptilian dining is, seems to be on their menu. My home has knocked so powerful they've shaken my home. Okay, and she is saint of death in Mexican spirituality. Oh yeah, I know, and there's people that are. I know about Mexico, and there's another Mexicans. Now, I was raised in a Catholic family. I'm more Protestant now, where okay, I'm calling myself an eclectic Christian because I have so many different beliefs, like religions in one. But yeah, I was raised Catholic, and I studied about those saints that you speak of. There's one saint that Pablo Escobar had venerated, And, you know, the name of the saint, it kind of slipped my mind at the moment, but it was Baby Jesus. And he would help people that were in prisons, that were unjustly persecuted, and he prayed to that. It's a baby version of Jesus. That was one that he had like a statue built towards and married to. Yeah, a couple of in Mexico. Now he's from Colombia though. In Mexico, they have a couple of saints that they have in their spirituality. Yeah, it's very interesting. Oh, thank you, Noxus. Thank you. And also another version of Mary of Guadalupe too. Yeah. And I uploaded all the raw UAP videos to my playlist on UAP liminals on YouTube, including that one I caught in cloaking shapes in 5 columns of shimmering light. And I'm serious. Okay, oh, thank you. I'll check that out, and I definitely believe that that is true. And now the thing is that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. He is the light of the world. That is my take on it. Now, what Queen Elizabeth, and you forgot to mention under boss Bill Clinton, they're getting a different type of light from the goat man. That's and the lizards. So the way the reptilian ones work. Oh, she showed you that? Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of the people in Mexico, they pray to the saint to seek protection on their journeys that you speak of. Freemasons run Christianity. I believe it under, boss. I believe that they run Christianity. I believe that there's a lot of Christian groups that have been compromised with puppet strings. Yeah. She showed me that Jesus is the way. Oh, amen, amen. And he is the way. He is the way, truth, and life. And, you know, the saints, they will have intercession. They, you know, communicate, like, because people think it's like praying to a deity, but it's really just like asking like a friend to help you. Like, you know, a friend to pray for you. Yeah, and he is the truth. And yes, I exactly know and I think the artwork about Santa Muerte is very good artwork. Like, definitely would be a good wallpaper. And indeed. Oh, it's okay. No, we're having a conversation about cryptids and stuff like that. Now, another cryptid is the Skinwalker, which I believe that those things are real on Skinwalker Ranch. And that is like when these witches shapeshift into something else, and they... Right, yes, I am aware, Noctis, about the magic. With the ones that you're speaking of associate with magic. As I remember when studying about them in folklore of Mexico, they have these... It's more of a it's called a mysticism. The magic is like a mysticism. What some might call a local like superstition, even if it could be still real, but they'll call it a superstition. And that is what they do, you know, and like the church, like in the Catholic Church, they don't have those Santa Muerte in there. They have it, it's more of in Mexico. Yeah. And the GBI officer here in Atlanta, Beard Rescue, watches me too. Oh, I'm sure. And Peachtree City Covent of Witches here in Fayette County, Georgia, removed their website because of me. You were exposing them too much because you're about to expose what they were doing and they couldn't handle the truth. Yes, that is true. The Catholic Church does do that. They don't acknowledge her as a saint. Right. Some parts of Mexico and those have other ones have some of the other deities that are from. Sometimes they have different former. Okay, and he's going off into his other quest. Okay, now we're just gonna walk around the garden. Yeah, some of them have like Pablo Escobar is venerated by the Colombians. Like, so they have the different South American countries have their own types of mysticism, which is called a mysticism, or local legends about their different people as saints. Yeah. And I have never heard of that, Noctis. So describe more to me about that. Thanks. Oh, okay. Okay. Also send La Muerte. Okay. Oh, and I bumped my head into the tree again. Yeah, this is a maze that I created. All right, and right here is, and also another cryptid I like is Mothman. So Mothman is this being that has wings, and it's like a person, but it's very dark and has red eyes. And one of my friends had them in the tree. It was in a tree, a very big tree like that, way up there. And we got this. Okay, so thank you, Noctis. Thank you. And San La Muerte is a male veneration of the most southern points in Central and South America. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it was a cryptid, not in this tree, but it was a big. And by the way, I grew this tree when I was little. When I was a kid, I let this tree grow, and it got all the way up to the sky. Yeah. And this this tree right here is So there is like not in this tree, but way up there. One of my friends in another area, like over in Georgia, there was this. They had a camera, and the camera would capture videos of things in the woods at night. And there was one thing that they caught, which was this cryptid, which is the Mothman in the tree. That was, and they were saying it was real and it wasn't fake, so it was too high up. And let's just say it was Mothman. Usually Mothman is an omen about another type of entity or something else about to happen. So when Vash says the Mothman's most likely to be real, in my opinion. Yes. Yeah, so that it was in a tree, and it was it had big glowing eyes. And yeah, so to explain more about Mothman, there is back in the day, there is these people that were driving at night, and they saw this flying thing in the sky it was dark, and it looked like a humanoid with wings. And there's something in there. Not too sure what it is, but there's something in there. And what happened with a Mothman was it was there, flying overhead, and it really freaked and creeped the people out. And it was known to go by, there's this bridge in the region that went out, and it completely went down. And that was something crazy that happened, that every time it was like a bad omen that something was going to happen. And, you know, it allegedly appeared on 9/11. It allegedly appeared a couple of different times. And that was really wild that it did that. But people dispute about if it's real or not. And these are some things that you know, this is some spinach, by the way. And those are just some Daikon radishes. Right here is broccoli. Yeah, the broccoli is right here. And that is some spinach. Right, so... Oh, you've heard of remember the Mothman and the Jersey Devil. Oh, yeah, so... yeah, that's what Mothman is. It's basically, it appears in very odd locations as a sign of an omen of something about to happen. And people take it as a sign. But they say that the Mothman was a stork or it was a crane, right? That they sometimes with these different theories is that they'll come up with like, oh, the Mothman was a crane, or like this tree right here was the Mothman, or because a lot of times they'll come up with stupid explanations for something that doesn't make any sense. And now, as I'm older, I had friends in Chicago that told me creepy stories. I think there are a lot of strange things in life. Oh, Noctis, yeah, I'm sure that they would have creepy stories. Yeah, I'm sure they would. Yeah. And definitely, yeah, that life definitely is rough. And let's see, Vash says the Mothman was spotted over 100 times in a year leading up to December 15, 1967. Silver Bridge collapsed, and which killed 46 people. Many believe its appearance was direct warning of it. Yes, and so they would see Mothman in the city. Oh, okay. They would see the Mothman in the city. I like to know about their encounter about Mothman in the city. That is interesting. And yeah, so the bridge collapsed when the Mothman appeared, and allegedly during 9/11 they appeared there. And I think there were some other events that happened when the Mothman appeared, and then so things happened. So my point is that I don't believe it was a crane or something goofy like that, like they like to say, but it was actually, what it really was is the Mothman, because a crane doesn't make any sense. Oh, and they were super scared talking about the Mothman. Ah, okay, gotcha. And yeah, so what they did was with it was trippy. Oh yeah, I'm sure it was trippy. It's almost like a psychedelic experience when people go and experience the Mothman or something like that. Oh, you're telling me it was so scary that these big gangsters were scared of it, and that's how terrifying it was? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was very creepy and trippy, because kind of being on a psychedelic or something, because being in the real moment of something like that happening is really unbelievable. So the mind goes into denial into denial and disbelief. And then what occurs after that is they experience the creepy thing that is really there. And a lot of times fear comes from like the mind not able to process or understand what's going on. And that's a spider right there. So when that occurs, the brain goes into denial, and it doesn't really understand what it's looking at. So yeah, I do think the Mothman is real. it might be a extraterrestrial or some sort of fallen entity, like a fallen angel, or some hybrid creature, or maybe some sort of type of biological thing that we don't completely know how to explain just yet. Because there's a lot of cryptids out there that were real, but they were, you know, gorillas and stuff. There's cryptids that were confirmed to be real. Yeah, puffy spider. Yeah. And a scarecrow. Yeah, scarecrow. By the way, scarecrows, I remember there was quite a few horror stories about scarecrows, and you wouldn't think so, but there actually are. Now, there's people that had real stories about scarecrows, and like people that were being weird with scarecrows, but yeah, like on Goosebumps. Did any of you like watching Goosebumps, that show? There was all kinds of, there was a newer Goosebumps, and they had the scarecrow episode, and I liked it. It was like a Halloween pumpkin head, and it was this creepy, you know, these scarecrows are like attacking people. Yeah, that was a wild one, definitely. That was wild indeed. And oh, there he is. He's back. Claude is back. Okay, he's patrolling again. Yeah, he's back. Yeah, he's back. Okay. Oh, you remember the old books in the 80s? Oh, yeah, I know about the creepy gnomes and Goosebumps. I know about that too. Yeah, gnomes, I remember there's this mythos about gnomes being... Okay, and he's going off again as... let's see. What's Bro doing? Okay. Yeah, so now he went off again. So anyway, the gnomes. So, you know, like the gnomes are like saying here, right? You know, they have all this. Okay, am I back? Let me know, chat, if I have returned. Okay, so these are some other plants. Okay, the different dimensions merging during CERN, different times may see beings that aren't usually visible to the humans, may be visible to light spectrum manipulation due to their own chemical altering. Yeah, I believe in those different dimensions, definitely. Oh, thank you, Noctis. Thank you. Yeah, these are some of the plants and the better lighting right here. And we will see any cats that might come around. That would be cool. And yeah, so anyway, what was fascinating? So one of the most widespread legends of Mothman is that one of the blackbird of Chernobyl. Yeah, Chernobyl. Okay, so Chernobyl was this place in Russia where... Oh, that is cool. 999. That's really cool. Yeah, I do believe in the other dimension theories, and basically the different dimensions merge due to CERN, and different times people may see beings that aren't usually visible to humans, visible during light spectrum manipulated or their own chemtrail altering. Yeah, I believe chemtrails are real, and there was a whistleblower that was talking about chemtrails, and that the government, I call it government, was putting these dangerous chemicals inside the military is putting dangerous chemicals and spraying them all over people. So I do believe that those are true with what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, I like jazz, lo-fi, and trap beats. I like those two. as well. I pretty much like all music. Exactly. Fron. Yes, exactly. All right. So another thing that occurred is there is in Chernobyl. I'm probably saying that wrong too, but in Russia, it may have been Ukraine, but it was one of those countries. There was this amusement park, and there was a civilization, and then there's this nuclear meltdown happened. And when this occurred, it caused all of the people to leave. And there's an abandoned amusement park over there, and it's completely ruined. And they have hybrid animals and frogs and stuff there with like 3 eyes and mutated looking creatures. Chernobyl, yeah. Yeah. And yes, that one, Nocturus. And it's very disturbing amusement parks, and just you could see a place just stuck in time when before in the past it was all different. So that is another incident that occurred, and that's maybe, I believe, where the Mothman appeared. I have never heard of White Sands, New Mexico. Tell me about it. Okay, and let's go here. And let's see. Oh, okay. I will look into that. And that must be some maybe that's a fight between 2 raccoons, I think. That's what that noise is. Or Claude's fighting something. That wasn't a cat fight. That was a cat or something fighting something else. Okay. Okay, and you ever just observe what you hear in silence, but all you hear is the high-pitched frequency of the background. Almost sounds like cricket nonstop in the background. Yes, I am aware of that, and we may be in one of those times like this at the moment. All right, and New Mexico. So Vash said reports claim that workers at the nuclear plant saw a large winged creature, glowing red eyes, in days leading up to the explosion. You see, that's what we're talking about, how it has an omen. Some of the witnesses reported receiving strange, threatening phone calls similar to the original West Virginia accounts. Wow. That is wild. That's wild. Hey, Jesse James. I know, right? Things are wild. Okay, and 9 says it could be another mad scientist experiment gone wrong, and the creature flew out of its prison cell somewhere, probably in the desert or underground bunker, failed the transportation, etc. Oh yeah, a lot of times there are mutants that are being worked on from experiments, and those things are the same things we see today. That some of these cryptids. So it's possible that some of these cryptids, and especially these flying things, may be from that. That is a possibility indeed. There have been reports in the area of the eccentric-looking creatures. Yeah. So when the creatures are eccentric, they are definitely making it easy to see that the ones over there in Eastern Europe where that thing blew up, that is where you have the mutation from nuclear mutations. And the other thing that Nine is talking about is this very strange phenomena where you have very bizarre looking creatures that were being experimented on or used as an experiment, and they got out somehow into public. I do believe there is truth to that. I have had friends work in white sands witnessing. Oh, I'm a bit of a Timu alien sometimes, so I didn't quite get that at first. Thanks, Noctis. Okay, I have had friends work in white sands witnessing weird creatures. Okay, now did they describe the weird creatures, or I take it at face value they saw weird creatures? Thank you. But I am curious about, and I'll do research on it and look it up when I'm on the computer. But yeah, definitely it's something that I would look into, uh, and I'm sure they did. There is, as I said, these bizarre cryptids, and I think that there are interdimensional things. I think that on our planet we have creatures here that we're not aware of, and I think that we have maybe scientific experiments too. One one said seeing colorful creatures in the region. Ah, okay. Yeah, seeing colorful creatures in the region is a possibility. Oh, there's lots of nuclear testings. In Nevada, there's lots of nuclear testings. And there was this situation with the nuclear testings where, mutated creatures happen. And interesting, they're colorful too. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Yeah, because the people that were in nuclear fallout and stuff will have very bizarre things. They'll have either sicknesses or cancers, or they'll have mutations happen to them. Yeah. Jesse, yeah, we're in the garden and we're talking about cryptids and aliens and stuff and cats. And thank you for listening. It's definitely very, very far out, indeed. So I will be careful out there. And the desert is a very mysterious place with weird things in it. Nevada is where they do nuclear testing too. So that is something that I think is, in agreement with. That is weird. Now, deserts are weird. Okay, so in Iran, some people call it Iran. There is this place called the Rigajin, and it's. Oh, okay. Thank you, Noctis. The cat. Yeah, I know you'll guide us in the desert. You know the terrain. Thanks. So what happened in the in Rigajin is this place is a desert in Iran that's known as Iran's Bermuda Triangle. And for centuries, they had legends of, now, jinn are these entities like genies. You rub a bottle and the genie comes out. Oh, Jesse, it is in the Bible. It is. So I'll explain to you. So there is something called the... Oh, Fax Noctis. That is awesome. That very cool area. I have a lot of friends out there in that part of the country. So that's awesome to meet you too. Okay, so James, and I mean, okay, Jesse. So in the book of the beginning of the Bible, they talk about these fallen angels, right? And they came down to earth, and they created hybrids called the Nephilim, and they created the giants. Now, these fallen angels went with beasts of the earth, and they went with other creatures on land, and a lot of these hybrid things that you see, are from these fallen entities, like, say, a Griffith. There is the fawn, the the sea monsters and stuff, all those things originated from that. And yeah, thank you, Noctis. And there's the Book of Enoch. Now, the Book of Enoch was originally with the Bible, and there's a lot of books in the King James Bible that were taken out, and the Catholic Church had Bible. There's books in the Catholic Bible that were in there too, that the Catholic Church kept, but then the Protestant one took it out too. So the Orthodox Ethiopian Bible has all the books in it. So the Bible does talk about those fallen entities. Now, there's a Book of Enoch, which was taken out of the Bible, but it's still a legitimate scripture. And it goes in much more detail about these types of entities and these creatures and stuff and their origins to these fallen things. Now, the aliens themselves, I do believe there's aliens on other planets that God made. I don't think they're all bad. And there is this other thing where in the Book of Enoch, that is how, talks about these aliens, right? These watchers. And the watchers came down and went with Earthwoman. So there's theories that the aliens, some of them are watchers or some sort of hybrid, or there's something interdimensional. And another theory is that the aliens are people from years from now that are time travelers. But anyway, not to go too overload you with too much information, the creatures we're talking about come from the Bible and other books from the scriptures too, that may have been taken out of the Bible. So no, it is in the Bible. It does talk about these things. And it will give you great detail. It gives best detail of the giants. Yes, and okay, I think I'm back. I went out for a second, but I think I'm back. Somebody tell me if I'm back. Yeah, so, somebody tell me if I'm back. Yeah, so, yeah, the jinn is who is but yeah, the jinn are the ones being bombed. Yeah, there you go. And, yeah, the offspring of the aliens giants. Okay, so the offspring of the aliens, angels, and humans, women. Yeah, so the aliens, angels, they went with the fallen entities and created the hybrids. And I'm doing a check. Am I back, chat? Am I still here? Out of curiosity. Yes, the jinn or the Muslims demons, yes. Now, people believed in the jinn before. Okay, we're back. Good. The before Islam even came there were both the civilization before that believed in the pagans there believed in jinn too, and jinn are basically just like demon, kind of like the same entities like aliens or fallen angels or demons. To them, that they're demons in their culture. So it's kind of like what we have, but they call it something different. So yeah, the ring of jinn is where this desert where nobody could really enter. Churbro, welcome to the stream. We had Claude here earlier, and he's behind me in the woods right now making noise. But anyway, so yeah, that desert is where anybody that went into that desert never came out of it. And that was really wild. And they thought there was these rumors that were circulating for thousands of years and hundreds of years too, however you want to see it. I don't know if the cat is caught in anything. If he caught anything, it was in the backwoods behind me where I didn't see it. But I don't think he did, but I think he could have caught something because I did hear some ruckus in the back, so I don't really know. He may have gotten something that was off camera. But it's too deep in the woods where I'm not around him at the moment, but he's like behind me. And the demons are two before Christianity, and the Greek philosophers talked them. Yes, that is true. That's true. So with in the desert in Iran, I'm talking about, nobody would come out of that desert. And at nighttime, like during the morning time, there would be these crackles, and there would be like this hissing, cracking sound. And it would scare people that were around the deserts. But when the desert could be very cold at night. And then when it becomes very hot during the day, the rocks crack and make these echoing noises. Noctis, I'm sure you have heard that many times, which I'm kind of curious about how that works exactly. But yeah, so anyway, the Ring of Jinn was where there's somewhere in the middle of the desert, there's allegedly this oasis where there's a treasure cove. and the jinn guard it, and they make it so people can't see anything. So that's basically what it is. And I'm a Christian, by the way, but that is something from their culture that was interesting that I heard about. Okay. Then why, Jesse, is because a lot of people. Oh, Cherbro, the radishes. Yes, I harvested a radish. One of them was ready, and I harvested the other night. The other ones are still growing, and the spinach is almost ready to be grown. So the spinach is almost ready. A radish, a Daikon radish was taken out. It was ready to harvest, and I harvested it. The other ones are not ready yet. Okay. There's creepy spirits in the desert. Oh, okay. Oh, it's okay, Jesse. I'm all over the place, talking like I'm on, crack. But so, okay, Jesse. So, what I was seeing, the reason why at sermons, the pastors and priests don't talk about it is because they don't know of these things, and they just kind of go with the same script over and over again. Now, pastors can be good about talking about your life or preaching the gospel. A lot of times, pastors will focus on saving people and bringing them to salvation, which is good, but they should talk about these type of things. There are pastors that talk about these things, but a lot of them don't, and they may not know about them. They may be focusing on more mainstream or entry point stuff. But yeah, I think they should talk about it more, but it doesn't mean it's not true since they don't talk about it. It's they just are focused on introducing people to Christianity and going by a script. Sort of like, do I grow? Oh no, Cherbro, I have none of that here. But yeah, it's certainly a very cool plant, but I don't have any here. I just have vegetables and ornamental plants. But yeah, that is a very cool plant, though. And you've debated pastors, yeah. Yeah, so pastors, they're just kind of like vanilla pastors, right? They're just kind of going mainstream entry point stuff. But right here, you're getting preached the gospel like it never was before, and everything I say is backed up by Christianity. And remember, it's just they took a lot of stuff out the Bible, and people don't focus on them. In Catholic Church, when my thing about the Catholic Church was they did a lot of ritual things, and they did a lot of other types of practices rather than preaching a gospel as much. And then the pastors preach a gospel, but they don't do other things as much as the other people do. So then after that happened, I was like, okay, look at this. We got, look right here. We got the Book of Enoch. We got all these other books and things. So I really went down the rabbit hole. So the Christianity is a rabbit hole. And we go deep, deep on the rabbit hole in this channel about a lot of things. So that's how it works. And I believe a bunch of different religions and different beliefs have truth in them. And there's like answers to all kinds of things, and different, like Buddha had things to say that were cool. Confucius had things to say that were cool. And Jesus and Buddha and Confucius, a lot of them said similar things, worded differently. So I think there's truth in all kinds of religions, but I do believe Jesus is the way, truth, and life. And he died, resurrected for our sins. But people don't have to believe in that if they don't want to. But I'm not forcing my beliefs on anybody. But yeah, that's what I think. But basically, here we go down the rabbit hole with lots of conspiracy theories. Oh, they called you a witch. Yeah, it's just the Book of Enoch is not about being a witch. It's... Yes. Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. Yeah, and the pronunciations I'm not really 100% on, but yeah, I know exactly that is his whole name. Yeah. And the thing is about that with Buddha, etc., they, I believe God sent different people to different civilizations to help guide them to the truth. And another thing that I wanted to mention is that there was a great flood story in South America. There is the civilization of giants, and they had a god that was flooding their earth. And they're building pyramids to go fight him, and there's pyramids adjacent all over the earth to each other. So I do think that all that's connected. Jesse says, I didn't say what you were saying is not true, just trying to see different things from other people's beliefs. Okay, Jesse, thank you for clarifying. And I wasn't really thinking you didn't think I was not true. I'm just explaining to you what I believe. But thank you for clarifying. Yeah, that is what I believe. And I do think that priests and pastors, they don't know a lot about it. They... or just kind of entry point stuff. So I just went, if you go down the rabbit hole of Christianity and religions and stuff like we do here on this channel, we get into things you never heard of before. So I appreciate the questions. Always ask questions and remain curious. We do, Noctis, we do. And my friends and I, we always cover like aliens. There's people that dealt with aliens in government. So there is this one guy that was dealing with the aliens, and he got his fingers blown off from fighting one of them, and it was a gray underground, and he actually got assassinated, by the way, which is very weird. And the alien made a hand thing over his chest, and he was able to block out the signal and have the bullets go backwards towards the other people. And he was talking about the fight with the extraterrestrials, and that the governments are hiding information about them, and they're not telling us the truth about it. So I definitely believe that dude, and rest in peace to him. It just, when they have to take out and assassinate people because they don't want the truth to be known. Yes, Phil Schneider, yes. Okay, Jesse. So I'll tell you how we got here to me doing a live stream right here. So here the story goes. So when I was in school around 3rd or 4th grade, I had a friend. Oh, Noctis, it's an honor to have you here, because you were in the right place, because my friend Moki and I and the others, we talk about these things all the time. Did you say Phil's? A shout out to Phil's. We want to make sure you're still with us. So thank you for being here. So this is where it started. So my friend around 3rd and 4th grade, he was very into aliens. And before that, I learned about aliens on TV, on History Channel, and I thought they were very creepy. And I was paranoid about them. But I didn't really get too much into them. But my friend, him and his father were really into aliens, and he told me about the Anunnaki, and they came here to colonize the Earth to get gold to their planet. And he was telling people over school about it, and about Planet 10, Planet X, which is this planet way out in the distance out of our solar system that orbits our planet. And that planet he always was preaching it everywhere. Nibiru, yep. And people didn't believe him and thought he was foolish. I think Bob Lazar has lots of very interesting information. I've looked at his documentaries and stuff. Yeah, he's very interesting. So that's how I got into it, and no one believed this guy, and I was his friend. It was supposed to hit in 2012. Yep, it was. That is true. And there's this other government dude that was talking about how the aliens in a time machine came here and stopped the planets from aligning for it to hurt our planet so we could continue living longer. And that's how that happened. The aliens did something. I know that sounds really crazy, but they did something where they stopped the planet from coming here so quickly. So yeah, he was preaching it everywhere, and he was actually an atheist at one point. And at one point, he even became satanic when he got kind of upset at some things that didn't go right. And I helped him both times come back to God, and he became one of the most zealous Christians I know. And he told me about Nibiru, Planet 10, about the Greys. He was my best friend, Nordics, and I was like one of his only friends. And him and I would get in fights sometimes, and then we get back together. I was well liked and known in school, and he was too, but he was more. He was very unique and different, and I was mainly his only friend. So when I did YouTube, I was originally called Hansel Cat, and I made this sound effect with my Apple computer, which was this sound effects of the Greys was fascinating. It was Alien Spaceship Sound Effects was the name. Oh, you were that person too. Yep. So that's how I got into it. And this video it's at 47,000 views. This sound effect that I did. So that's really wild. And I did YouTube. I went on live streams all over YouTube and got a big following on multiple multiple channels with millions of subscribers. I'm on like a guest on many different shows all over YouTube. So God has blessed me tremendously, and I spread my friend's message everywhere. And other people are talking about it too. Like he told me, he prophesied to me, and it all came true. Okay, so first of all, Jesse, this channel and the videos on it will help you with it, and on my streams. That would be good. And besides my channel, that also what you can do on your own, you could read information about the Book of Enoch on your own. You can look at like what Genesis and Numbers say about the fallen angels and humans making Nephilims. And you can look at different alien conspiracies and how they're correlated to the, different people that had alien experiences, like in documentaries about them. And you can make up your own opinion about it and go from there down the rabbit hole. And I have many links on my channel. I have links saved that I can, give out about them. So yeah, that's how you would do it. There's lots of social media accounts that you search up aliens or something and find many different things. And remember, there is these things about the elites, like the global leaders being involved with it. Like say with Epstein, for instance, he is involved with these, pedophiles everywhere that were doing these creepy things. And they were global trafficking. And there's a theory that these fallen entities derive from the suffering, and they want adrenochrome from humans. And some of the watchers were reptilians. The angels God made were reptilians. So that links the lizard people thing. And they had descendants that ruled over humans. So that's how it's connected. Like think of Pharaoh and how he deleted all the children. See, that was something linked to the fallen reptilian race. But God defeated him because he's more powerful than the forces of darkness. So that is just more kind of an idea of the rabbit holes we're talking about, how it correlates with world leaders now and occults now. And like Hollywood, for instance, it's like the holly tree was a magical wand. Yes, reaching to the choir. Yes. And it was Disney, these different corporations, these news media networks, they all preach the same thing. And when you watch a channel on TV, it's like channeling something. And these satanic occults that run the different countries and stuff influence media and influence people to think a certain way. So that's how all that works. And that has to do with MK Ultra, for instance, was this program that was created by the United States to combat the Soviets. That the Soviets captured our people in Korea and they made them anti-American. So they're trying to figure out, oh, Noctis, that is wonderful. You are in the right place. You are in the right place. Facts. And there is this situation where so many people were being in these programs, and it would give them drugs like LSD and psychedelics, and it would brainwash them to think a certain way, because America was trying to come up with their own brainwashing program for mind control. And there's theories that although it was dissolved and it was a legal CIA operation, it still exists today, right now. And they're using it in media, they're influencing events. Like, you could have somebody have like say you have a rock band, or you have some rap song or something, and it gives off a message, and a person that might be receptive to it might go do something because they heard something. They're going to do it anyway, but it may have influenced them to go a certain way. So you have the MK Ultra, where you have people that have these ritualistic occults, or they maybe, like, vampires drink blood, right? They might be real people like that out there. So that's what MK Ultra is. It was a brainwashing operation the US made, tested it on its own civilians because of what the Soviets were doing to our people over there. Then it got out of control, and then they're still doing it to other people now. And that's where that comes from, because Christ said how there's false messengers and false prophets that will deceive many people, and that's what the MK Ultra was. That's what a lot of these elites are doing. They're deceiving people, leading the sheep astray. And Jesus said that you heard a child, throw them into the sea with a boulder wrapped around their neck. Exactly, Joseph. They are very real. They're as real as this elephant ear right here. And I'll even be metaphorical to the skeptical people out there, right? There might be skeptical people out there. And say metaphorically, you have people that can drain blood, that could drain energy of somebody. There's werewolves, there's lots of murderers and people that can turn into savage animals for no reason, or savage, beasts of some kind. And a lot of the symbolism of people that are in these elites are like that metaphorically and literally. I believe there's witchcraft. I believe that there's darkness. And these evil entities will possess people and want them to do things. I do these lives, Jesse, every single day. Every single night I go live in these gardens. And the garden live is every day. And I go live on the computer, talk about trials and aliens, conspiracy theories daily. So I go live every day. So you're going to get unlimited content from my team and myself about conspiracy theories and rabbit holes. And we got tons of rabbit holes. Project Bluebeam, Project Blue Book, Project Mockingbird, the whole list goes on. And all about reptilians and all these different things. So yeah, we do it every day. And so I appreciate you all being here, subscribing, and hanging out with us. I very much appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I'm glad that you're here. Appreciate all of you. And I went through different struggles and things, and, with falling out with people and stuff like that. And then I, kept faith, trusted the dots will connect in the future, trusting God. And here I am talking to all of you. So yeah, I am glad. And these phone lives I've been doing very frequently, every day. Admiral Bird in Antarctica. Phil, shout out to Phil's. We're going to do a side quest into the other rabbit hole. So there is the Antarctica conspiracy theories. There are conspiracy theories that Antarctica is where they have the aliens are sighted there. And with these aliens being sighted there, UFO crash sites inside the ice. There's weird objects that flew there. So there's allegedly alien bases there. I don't know a lot about that. I know what you're talking about, but I've had dreams like that. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've done meditation before, and something like that may have happened. But it's something I don't really have that familiar with, but it's definitely something I know about and have had experience in dreams. So, yeah, that's a very good question. So, another thing that we did was going over to that side of Antarctica. There's allegedly Nazis that went down to Antarctica to make a new colony, and there's a war that happened in Antarctica to take them out. There's allegedly a Stargate portal thing, a door to another dimension. So there's like a big door inside a mountain. And that leads to a portal to a place that is inner Earth, inside the Earth. So that is another place that is interesting. to talk about. Jesse says, do you ever do live streams or videos from other places? For right now, I do videos. I do streams more, but I do videos as well. And I mostly stream in the garden, but of course I would stream in other places if there's a reason to, or something goes on. Yeah. I'll be streaming in different places for different reasons at different points. Yeah. And yeah, so that's what I do: videos, I do sound effects, I do all kinds of things. And yeah, so mostly live streams about news or about, this garden stuff at the moment. Yeah. So Antarctica, especially through bands like the Grateful Dead back then. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Noctis. So there was this portal that leads to there's allegedly a hollow earth theory that there's people within the earth somewhere in some part, or there's like over Antarctica, there's a lushful place there where people can go and hang out, and like an oasis like this over there. Now, Antarctica at one time was allegedly filled with plants like this, and it was a tropical place, and it went down south. That's why there's penguins there, because it was tropical at one time, and the penguins evolved and adapted to their environment. So that is something very intriguing about Antarctica. Now, my theory is that Antarctica has many things down there that aliens probably, and secret bases that they're not really telling us about, because an alien's like secluded area. Yeah, the hole in the earth. Oh, there's a hole in the earth in Russia, allegedly, where they put a microphone down there and they heard the screamings of people in hell. I remember that one. There's people that have near-death experiences that I watched when I was little, and these people had near-death experiences. They saw hell, and Jesus saved them from it. And, they had some very disturbing stories. So people don't have to believe, but I do think that we didn't come here by mistake. I think something made these plants. All these scientific things could have happened, but something had to put it in motion. Even Darwin said that he believed that everything could have came into existence not just by a chance. That something had to set it in motion, because he believed in the evolution theory, but he was like, something had to set it in motion for it to be here. Like this gate right here didn't come by accident. Those shingles didn't come in by accident. Like, something had to make it there. Yeah, definitely the cosmos and all the stars and countless planets, and to see a planet. See, my friend Passion and I, she's in Australia. We were talking one time about the aliens. I mean, not about the aliens. We're talking about the Mars, and how we would go and put something on Mars. And the way we would do that is... Oh. Yeah, okay. So, okay, I'm going to go and say it again. So, what we were going to do, anyway, is that... I got a little bit sidetracked for a second. We're going back to what I was saying. So, there's Mars, right? And Mars has a core. And if you got a giant meteorites... and made them asteroids, and made them into giant blades, and use like a cooking dough, like you're gonna do a mix-up dough, and you heat up the core of Mars, it would eventually look like Earth again. So that's something so fascinating that happened on Mars. And her and I were talking about, so if I want the live stream from Mars, it would be 20-minute delay. Like, say if Noctis and Jesse were talking to me, it would take 20 minutes for me to see it and back and forth, unless there's something in the middle to negate the different messages. Right. Apparently, there's a theory about humans, apes accidentally coming into contact with mushrooms and gaining perception. Hey, that is a interesting theory, and the Damien, and the thing about that is, it reminds you of the forbidden fruit, where they ate the forbidden fruit and something happened where they knew a lot of stuff, but they could choose right from wrong, and it made them bad. And, God said to Adam and Eve, like, bro, why are y'all wearing clothes? Why is y'all tripping? And they were like, oh, we're not doing anything wrong, but we're just naked. So, yeah, that is an interesting way to think about it. And a lot of civilizations talk about a big bang, not a big bang, but a Pandora's box opening and the world getting destroyed. So everybody has an origin story kind of similar. And yeah, Mars is like a machine. Planets are like machines. Like, you can jumpstart Mars and make it into like Earth, because that's why it wasn't just randomly put there. It was like a machine that can be jump started. And there is this other thing we talked about that AI was helping us understand, is that if Mars, people would dig things within the Earth, within the Martian rock, underground, and put things there. That's how people might live on Mars until they could fix the atmosphere. But the way she was insisting she didn't want to be eaten by a Martian worm, so we would put it on top of Mars. And there's this hive, like a hive catacomb 3D printed thing that you would make as a house. And you would have this signal that would go off to tell you that there's a solar thing about to hit the Martian planet to go into a safe spot. And she wanted a hot tub, so we put that in there, and how the place would look with a TV and all these different things, and a safety area when the radiation hits the planet. And I'm like, I'm telling her, let's make Mars great again, right? So let's fix Mars so we can have an atmosphere, and we could go walk out in the grass. And we made it where there's water, and we named it after different subs and friends we have. And that's how Passion and I made Mars into another great planet. So yeah, Mars can be made into a planet like Earth with the proper technology. So my point is, it's like your alien spaceship. What is your point here? My point is that everything came into existence by something creating it. Let's make Saturn great again. Yeah. Making Saturn great again. And we're going to bring it to the stars and have our Saturn and Jupiter and make all those planets great. Yeah, so that is what I think, and that God created all these planets and all these things in his majesty, to show us what he can do. And he was a very great creator and inventor. Like, Jesus was a carpenter, and he made things just as he made everything else. And I'm a Christian, but the Muslims in their book, they took some things from Gnostic Gospels from that time period, and they talk about Jesus making a bird out of clay and breathing life into it. And I believe that mirrors, in my opinion, how he was able to Adam and Eve breathe life into them. And according to these parables, that people might not believe in the Adam and Eve thing, but that's what I think was how it happened. Although evolution and stuff could have still happened too. Both things could be true. But whatever it was, if it was evolution or if it was created the way the Bible exactly says, or both, something put us all here like this. It wasn't just happening by mistake. So yeah, we're going to make Saturn great again and Neptune. There is a conspiracy theory about a man that came from from Venus, that was held by the Pentagon for a long time. And he looked like a regular human, but he wasn't. He was from another planet, and he was a mysterious person. He went back to Venus. So I think those concepts are interesting, how people were visited by extraterrestrials. People claim to be extraterrestrials, and they disappear. So you really never know what exactly is out there. So dabbling more into the theory about aliens being the fallen, being time travelers. So the theory that humans were out in space and their eyes got bigger and their skin got gray. And 56,000 years from now, they're out there and some things didn't go right. And they want to come back here to fix some things and help us. And they're time travelers. That's the theory about them. Now, these beings said they were a couple of things. They said that they're aliens, and they say that they're not aliens anymore, and they're something else. So they're not being consistent with their story, but, they're talking it. That's what they say. Now, there's one guy that was working on a mine in '68, and a UFO crashed, and the Ebian, which Ebians come from planet Serpo, that the Ebian wanted some help. And it was a nice alien, and he was doing something, had a wand, and was doing something to his leg to help heal himself. And he asked the person to take him in to help him, and he had a communication device, like a wand, that he would communicate with him to translate what he was saying. He wasn't there to hurt him or help. He wanted to help. He just needed help because of him and his alien buddies were deleted. He took out these metal things out the spaceship. Exactly, Noctis. What is their objective? And a lot of people, I do believe there's some good aliens out there, but there's some aliens that don't seem trustworthy and what their point is, because it's like whatever they are, what is their objective and what they want, and a lot of it's unclear what they are, what they want. Right, why do they want to make contact? It's like, what would they possibly want from us? I mean, if we were 56,000 years ahead of them, it's like if we went back to, some ancient civilization that would have no, connection with us now. I mean, you would wonder what they wanted exactly. And some people, I do not completely trust those things. Like, I think some of them are good, but not all of them. I definitely think that, I am skeptical too, Noctis, and I do think that a lot of them are fallen angels or something wicked. And a lot of people have bad experiences with them. Now, as I said, this one time with this other dude that encountered an Ebian, which is supposed to be a better type of alien from the Serpo, he did not give the guy a hard time. Eventually, he went back to his spaceship, and before the military could catch him, he went out to space. But the other ones, they do experiments on people, and they seem demonic, and people rebuke them in the name of Christ, and they will go away. And that is a positive thing that they go away. But yeah, definitely I do think that they have something to do with the fallen watchers or something like that. And my friend and I, when we were little, we thought they were bad. We didn't know why they were bad, but now I kind of understand why they're bad. So yeah, I don't think all of them are bad, but quite a few of them are not really on our side. Yeah. Noctis says, like the Drake equation, what can mathematically proven from better of humanity? Exactly. Now, one thing that I do hear about is that have technology that we would always have electricity, or it would cure us from diseases and stuff like that. So the advanced technology would help us with diseases and help us with those type of things. But the thing here, the catch here is that a lot of the elites and stuff harbor this technology from us, allegedly. And if they want to use this technology, what is the bait? Like, what do they want in return for it? So I do think it is wondering what the motive is. And even if they have good technology, I don't really know if they have our best interest. Right. So, like for Tesla, Nikola Tesla, he was a brilliant genius. He made a technology where people could have completely wireless electricity that would be free. And Edison took over and he capitalized off of it. Yeah, that's why you don't believe in first contact. Yep. And he made this, and now Wi-Fi is that technology that he made. The Wi-Fi is the wireless electricity that he invented, but the problem is it never was used for electricity because they make too much money off electricity. They're not going to let that go. and the wires and all these different things is like back in the Stone Age, but that's what Nikola Tesla invented. And wireless electricity, wanted everybody to have it. So he was a noble man, but he was tricked by Edison. So I do believe in the alien technology is thousands of years ahead of us, and they want to control the technology and not let us have it. Noctis, I would love to hear your hypothesis on Tesla and ghosts, unseen forces. I love this. I love to hear your take on that. All right, and Vash said wireless charging is only bad for phones right now because they are controlling and limiting us. Oh yeah, you see, a lot of times with these elites, they will, and people that make the phones, they want phones to be totally incognito. And what I mean by that is they want the phones to be so messed up where they break and you have to buy a new one, and they just keep making money from it. Right. Brig, hello, buddy. We've been having a really intense stream, and Brig, I've been talking about cryptids. We're going down the rabbit hole. Okay, so he had this right idea about static in his observation of ghosts or radio static. I believe EVPs can be link of contacting the afterlife. Oh, you know what, Noctis? I was over on the other chat with Brig, watching Unsolved Mysteries, and... Oh, it's okay, Brig. It's okay. Glad to have you with us. So what happened with Noctis, I was talking to a dude named David, and he told me about a ghost adventure, about hunting ghosts. And he was telling me about a scientific way to figure out ghosts are real. And in the way that we could tell ghosts are real through science, without any kind of magic or anything like that, is to take the EVPs, a LiDAR, and something with a Geiger counter too, and test out the airways and the frequencies of those waves to see that there's something present. And so that's exactly what I have been studying too, Noctis, about the ghosts and these different types of spiritual energies being detected through those types of equipment. Through the measure of electricity, the recording of it. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we were learning about from some of my friends, one of Brig and I's friends. So that was cool that you mentioned that. I definitely agree that it's a type of electronic entity that could be measured through electricity. I do agree with that. That's exactly what they are, and it can be, in that way, people can see that there's something there that we can't see. Like, I can't see the cellular data on the phone. I can't see the Wi-Fi either, but it's there. You know, when someone's on a radio, they can't see the radio waves going to a radio, but it's there. Just because something isn't real, the most real things in the world are those things you can't see. So that is another thing that I, accept as facts. See? Right there. And what of it? Yeah, and I think with those types of things, you could really see what is going on in the spiritual realm. Oh, glad that you agree too. That's great. Yeah, I think. See, another thing that I remember was the sometimes people will see an entity that will like kind of fly across a screen. I mean, not fly. I mean, across the room, and they could sometimes be visible, but they're not always visible. Sort of like the shadow people, and stuff like that. It's sometimes they're visible, and other times they are not, and that is a cool concept. I will see. People will think that the things aren't real or be skeptical about it, but it's absolutely false what they think. Now, the Jersey Devil is another cryptid that I think is quite interesting. Let's see this. All right. Scared. Yeah, the Jersey Devil is really cool and was haunting the people for quite a while. Yeah, something cool about mirrors is some of the experiment that I did I thought was very fascinating. And the Jersey Devil is this thing that... Oh, no, not the Jersey Devil. I want to talk about that in a moment. But the mirrors, I did an experiment with mirrors. I put... Yes, exactly like that. Like sleep apnea. So, yeah, the spiritual pathway. Mirrors can bring bad spirits. Something interesting about Count Orlok is that he was able to be channeled through... I mean, a vampire can't see their own shadow. They can't see themselves through a mirror. And I do agree about mirrors bringing... Can they bring bad spirits? I do agree. Now, there's one time I put a mirror within a mirror, and I saw many mirrors inside those mirrors, and like a whole portal of mirrors. And I was thinking to myself that, you know what? Maybe there is some sort of other dimension that you're able to see through these different mirrors, because they must exist somewhere. And Noctis told me not to do that, because it might be channeling something. Yeah, two mirrors facing each other. And I've not done that in a while, but yeah, that was something I thought was... And it looked all portal-y looking. It was like, whoa, what is that? Because it's like a mirror within a mirror within a mirror. That was pretty crazy. Okay, Noctis, I will not do that again. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I wondered it was some sort of portal to something. And Brig used to do that as a kid all the time. Oh, scared. Yeah, looks like the... Okay, so thank you. That will bring bad entities there. So, yeah, this right here is the broccoli. And Noctis says, there's a reason why I put my grandmother's crucifix on my only mirror. Oh, that is good. And I have two crucifix. I have 3 in my room. 3 crucifixes in my room. Yeah, and Brig, that's a spinach. Is coming out really cool right now. You have there, and you have that. It's, they're still coming up. Giving Brig the update. Brig said, we had a medicine cabinet or bedroom that had mirror, and there was the main mirror for the vanity above the sink, and when you opened the medicine cabinet, the two mirrors would face each other. Oh, that is scary. Scared. Oh, thank you, Noctis. Thank you. You could look into the main mirror and see reflections in the smaller mirror, and it was like 30 reflections in the trail. Yeah, that is wild. Yeah, that is wild. Some cool flowers. Yeah, that definitely is interesting about how the different mirrors will do stuff like that. Wow, that really is something. Oh, that's Bubbles right there. That's Bubbles' brother, by the way. Pretty cool. Okay. Look into the black mirror. Oh yeah, that sounds like something spooky to look into. Scared. All right, and let's do this. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure it reminds me of the Black Woods in Germany. There's something called the Black Woods. And that's where a lot of those fairy tales and stuff come from. Yeah, I will not be looking into that mirror. It certainly seems... It kind of reminds me of Harry Potter with the mirrors. Because I remember Harry looked into the portal to see Voldemort's past. That's what that kind of reminds me of. But yeah, the Black Mirror, definitely. Oh, you went to the Black Forest, Sonny? Oh, that is cool. That is very cool. I'm sure it was very interesting. The fairy tale about me, I think, takes place there. Oh, in Germany. Yes, that's when you were in Germany. Yeah, that is awesome. We got some crickets chirping. Oh, that's a cool looking plant. Okay, whether it be from different cultures, it's synonymous. Yeah, all cultures have like a synonymous, like uh, mutually agreed thing at times. Yeah. Let's see, is there some clovers? Yeah, there's some different clovers in here. That's pretty cool. Yes, it's the gnomes. Yeah, the gnomes are lurking around here. Right. Yeah, so yeah, the Black Woods is one of my favorites where they have the fairy tales. The Grimm brothers had fairy tales in there. And the different legends are interesting to hear about at the same time. And it's a funny thing happened to my ex while we were there, though. Okay, Sonny, what exactly happened there with your ex? I'm curious. Oh, yes, the gnomes are talked about in all cultures. I believe that's some sort of a cryptid of some type, or some sort of entity that exists, like the fairies and stuff like that. Yeah. He was made to take an abuse to stop his drinking problem. It's a fungus base med. And abus. Here in Mexico, they are called duendes. I probably pronounced that wrong, but yeah. Very interesting. Okay, they have them there too. I didn't know that. Okay, they're in Mexico too. Scared. So we wanted to smoke little ganja, and we didn't have anything to smoke it out of. Oh no! Oh Lord! I wonder how that went, because there was no way to smoke it the regular way. So I wonder how that situation was resolved. So we stopped in a store and got a beer and came to smoke out of it because there was no other can. A beer can to smoke out of it because there was no... Oh, wow. Well, that is making everything handy. Definitely. So we go into the forest and smoked, and the medicine immediately attacked his belly, and he was pooping all over. Whoa. Scared. Scared. Wow, that sounds like that definitely sounds like a wild story. Right, and Sonny said the fungus-based medicine attacked him, and he sat over the log and went to the bathroom all over it. That is brutal. Yes, that's the right word. That is definitely brutal. Yeah, and a little TMI, but that was happening in the Black Forest. Well, Sonny, I am glad to know. That was what we needed to hear. That was what we needed tonight. That was a good one. Very, very interesting. Definitely. Yeah, that's definitely a Blackwood story. Sonny said she didn't, but he did. Yeah. Yes, and no dreadful feeling. And I have TP here. Oh, okay. Wonder if he pooped all over some Black Forest gnomes on accident. Well, those Black gnomes definitely got. They definitely would have. I'm surprised they didn't go and attack him with a little spear, or poked him with something, or maybe that did happen, and that's why he pooped more. And we're looking for the frog cryptid that might be around here somewhere. Oh, napkins in the car. Okay, good. And Olbrig, he probably used his sock. Okay, so the frog with a thong, he's somewhere around here. Yeah, definitely a magical experience. Oh, you may have. You don't remember the cleaning up part. Okay, that must be a part that you blocked out. Okay. I think this is the most. Shout out to all the likes, all the like buttons. That is a lot. I think that is a record broken. That is a lot. Thanks, chat. And yeah, the cleaning up part is something that I probably would block out too. Oh, thank you, my bro, Noctis. I appreciate it. We do this every night. These types of streams. I enjoy the convos. Yeah. So, yeah, this is the. I'm sure you see these in Mexico, maybe, but these are the Native American indigenous plants that they're not Native American or indigenous. They're from indigenous to islands in the Pacific, but they were brought to the Americas. So we have these right here. They're from different islands. Yes, and Brig, earlier we saw a snail over here. Let's see if he's still there. That was wild. Let's see. If there is a snail around here, he may have snailed off. Oh, thank you, Phil. I'm glad to have y'all here. Thanks. Let's see. Oh, that is cool. That's cool. Subbing to the different people in chat. I thought that was a snake for a second, but it's not. It's just a thing. Yeah. So there are snakes in here, but they don't talk much, and I'm not really interested in trying to go look for them. But they're around. Okay, Brig. So the main cryptid story that you missed was in Colorado. There is this cryptid. Well, yeah, we talked about Mothman. And the other one that I talked about was the one in Colorado, too. Yes, okay, we talked about a couple of them. We talked about skinwalkers, we talked about Mothman, and we talked about the Bigfoot slide rock bolter. So the Bigfoot slide rock bolter is this thing that, like a whale thing, that slithers down the mountains in Colorado. And people thought the dude was crazy that was curious about them, that was trying to stop them. But that is what occurred. It's a humanoid type thing. Right, let's see. Now, there is recounted by lumberjacks in North America during the 19th and 20th centuries. It is believed to be in the mountains of Colorado, but only on the mountains where the slope is at the angle greater than 45 degrees. It has immense head, small eye, and large mouth, which is similar to the scuplin tail. It ends in a fluke like the dolphin, enormous grab hooks. The slide rock bolter is said to have caused great unease amongst tourists visiting the mountains, Colorado. This fearsome animal uses grab hooks on its dive tail to latch into the crest of the mountain ridge. It will often remain motionless for days at a time and watch the gulch below are tourists of any other hapless creatures. Once it spots its prey, it will lift its tail, release its hold on the crest as gravity sends it barreling downhill. It drools grease in the corners of its mouth to increase the speed of its huge body. The bolter scoops the victims into its mouth and slides down. The accumulated speed will carry the bolter up to the next slope, where it will once again grasp the ridge and the tail and wait. Whole parties and tourists are reported to have been gulped down by one at some times. So that is the legend of the bolter thing in Colorado. All right, and yes, you've never heard of that one before, I see. So, yeah, that one was a really interesting one that I saw about earlier. We talked about that and 2 other ones. Now, Now, does chat see me? Okay, chat sees me. That's good. Okay. I didn't go out. I thought I may have went out for a second. But yeah, so thanks, chat. Glad you liked it. Oh, thank you, Joseph. Glad to know. Yeah, the skinwalkers. Yeah, the skinwalkers is another one. That, these witches, they'll turn themselves into these other creatures and be on Skinwalker Ranch in that area, yeah. I believe it was the Navajo Indians, or native peoples, whatever they're called. So, yeah, those are and that was one of them that I was looking into as well. We were talking about the skinwalkers earlier. Yeah, and there's Cherokee skinwalkers, so that's very cool. That's very cool. Oh, you were followed by these entities. Yes, I remember that we were talking about that earlier, and I'm glad that you got away from those evil spirits, because they are very disturbing, and, they're out for the ruin of souls like roaring lions. Yeah. Yes, you banish them, yeah. And in the region, in the deserts, there's all kinds of bizarre, strange creatures there. And the land is very fascinating, indeed. I am not familiar with that cryptid. Oh, the Wendigo. Yeah, the Wendigo. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Also. Let's see. The Wendigo is a malevolent, cannibalistic, supernatural being rooted in Algonquian speaking First Nations of folklore. Oh, okay, understood, Noctis. Yes, understood. Invoke la Santa Muerte. Okay, to banish them. Yes, I know what you're talking about. And thanks. Malevolent, cannibalistic, supernatural entities rooted in the speaking nations of folklore, particularly around the Great Lakes in Canada. Traditionally depicted as an emaciated, giant, ice-covered skin and a stench of decay. It symbolizes the unstable greed and starvation and harshness of winter. And the legend originates with the Alquin, Aguaquan tribes, including the Ojibwe and Cree and Innu. Oh, okay. They're from the same thing. Okay. Transformation. A human, often hunter, becomes a Wendigo by resorting to cannibalism or through possession by a spirit, often sprung by extreme hunger, greed, or dreams. It represents solely the first existence, embodying the dangers of the selfishness. Or the occult. It all varies. Yes. That is, yeah, definitely a good point. Okay, and not really a cryptid, but there was a story I heard about NC from urban legend about kids with solid black eyes would show up and pull people's houses and ask to come inside. Yeah, you see, because a lot of times they try to take innocence and twist it around, whatever those demonic entities are. Or possibly a hybrid, he thinks, okay. Yeah. Either it's something demonic trying to masquerade as something like that, or it's a hybrid. Yeah. Someone told me about the campfire, then a week later, and some more Mormon kids showed up in my house and they creeped me out. Oh, scared? Oh, they're like half humans, half different beings. Oh, okay, got you. And nothing against Mormons, but it was two kids that were dressed super nice and they look uncanny. Yeah, it's kind of like The Shining. Yeah, they look too perfect. It's kind of like an eeriness about it. And when you have an eeriness about something like that, there's something not right there. I've met a few of them too. Come on, where's this thing at? Scared? Where is it? Well, just gonna get this one. Wrong hand. That's nice. They were eccentric but lovely people. Yeah. This is the same house where I had some creepy ghost-like experience, and the kids showed up. The same door, the ghost experience where I walked up to the door and they just standing there. Yeah, that is creepy. That would be creepy to anybody. Yeah. It's like really unsettling when you have something like that happen all of a sudden when you're, just chilling out there, and it's kind of like almost like an omen in a way. Yeah, scared. Putting y'all in my pocket for a moment, but I'm gonna be right with y'all. But we're still gonna be on. Just gonna be in the pocket for a moment. Okay, here we go. All right, I am back. And one more little thing right here to do in a moment. Let's see. Yeah. Go switch, and we are continuing. Um, let's see. They seem really friendly, and ask them need help with something, anything, and they something inside, and they said we can help with that. Wow. And I have been banished spirits to my house. I have used my dreams to wait in dreams that I had experience with about that before. And that was always very creepy when that would happen, because it's like, you know, you go and I would have dreams and there'd be something weird or demonic, and I would go and, ask God, in the dream to help me, and I would get help. So I definitely understand what it's like to experience something like that. Okay, and let's see. I'm still on. Okay, good. All right, I was making sure I'm on, and I'm on. Okay. Yeah, so I've had different experiences like that too. There's one time there's a dream where there's somebody I know or something is there, and I'm just kind of like, you aren't really who you're saying you are exactly, and it's like, then I kind of realize in the dream what's happening, and I I don't trust it. I don't trust it, and then you realize, and I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, and it goes away. See, it took some time to go against bad dreams. I used to be scared. Oh yeah, definitely. And it is a very scary thing. It could be definitely a horrifying thing to experience. And when you have that happen, you go, wait a minute. Like, what's happening here? A lot of times there's fear, and even fear of going to bed. But when you have God with you, and that's when you have everything being okay. I use the name of Jesus Yeshua to fight these bad dreams. Oh, name, in the holy name of Christ Yeshua, Jesus, he will help you overcome all things. Yeah, same here. Same with me. He has helped me out tremendously the same way. And I think it is, religion is very important. So it's good that Christ has helped you, and he, is always with you. And I had bad dreams too, and I don't really have them anymore either. And now across from me, the other side of the room, there's a big picture of Jesus from an old church and another crucifix right over there. One day I'll show y'all at some point. But yeah, that is definitely, the house is very blessed and stuff in it. This stream broke a record. This stream has the most viewed stream I've ever. All right, let's see how. Okay, I came back in. I don't know if I'm still here or not. Okay, so I have returned. There must have been. I think when I plugged it in, it must have done something to the. When it was charging for a moment, and then it must have disconnected it. Oh, you see me. Okay, good. Okay, you see me. Thank you very much. Now we'll go back to business. All right, so I'm going to explain about these night terrors, what they're called in the ancient time, like kind of different artwork they described about them. All right, let's see. Explained. And there's something called sleep paralysis, too. The night terrors was intense episodes of screaming or flailing and fear that occurred while person was still asleep. Classified as parasomnia, they are not the same as nightmares. Rather than they represented a glitch in a transition between sleep stages and deep sleep and wakefulness. Now, I do believe that there's a connection between the other world and our world. You know, the world of the world. Okay, the spiritual world and the scientific world, I think, are both connected. So I do think that these things that the scientific stuff has been proving. Hello, Abby. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I hope that you had a good day and you have a good day. I hope that you also have a good day. And thank you for being here. Good day, good night. And yeah, the behavior, these suffers. Many sit abruptly, screaming, sweating, or heat in the moment, remain unresponsive. Now, let's see the Night Terror art. Oh, Noctis is new to the spaceship. Let's see. Oh, you still can't sleep. Okay. Okay. All right. This is the Night Terror right here. With those are like demons, and that was this, you know, like a person being like suppressed by the entities. Yeah. Now, that is how it was described in these mythologies. So let's see the conspiracy theories about this. Conspiracy. All right, Abby. Yeah. So we did some pretty cool things tonight with the garden. We talked about different cryptids and aliens, and been having a pretty cool conversation about these various things. Well, it's almost 4 a.m. Where I am, it's 4:53 a.m. We can't sleep. Yeah. Well, this is. I don't really sleep ever, so this is the place to be. Yeah. An explanation for the events of situations that claim secret, powerful groups such as the government, corporations, or hidden elites is manipulating events for harmful. Oh, that's not what I meant to say. Let's see. The theories on sleep paralysis. Let's see. I hope Luna is doing well also. Tonight, okay, the banded puppies were out last stream and they're standing up. But this time they were not around at this time. They weren't around the time of this one. This time it was Claude. He was the center of attention. So the banded puppies came out the night before and they were standing up and they were looking around on the stream. But the other one is not this time. You know, the other one that was standing up didn't happen this time. It was just Claude on the stream we currently have. Okay, Abby says, "Oh, thanks." And Luna is doing great. It's been snowing all day, and she loves the snow, and it's passed out from her night run. Oh, that's cool. And oh, hello, Sig. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, almost 40 likes. Yeah, shout out to all of you for the likes. I appreciate it. And this time, Abby, we got 800 views on this stream. Yeah, so yeah, hi Sig, welcome to the stream. And by the way, that is so cool about the snow. I'm glad she's enjoying the snow and resting now. What's my name? I am Hans the alien. That's what I am. All right, so see, glad you hear channel is doing good. I want to see hit. Yeah, and we're very close to 2K. We're very close to it. Yeah, Shluka Slim Shady. Right. I am from the planet 10. That's where I'm from. Now, these are some historical and cultural impacts about this. So, the old hag. A popular theory is them the incubi, the succubi. In medieval times, it was widely believed that the demons incubi for women and succubi for men. I am not playing a game at the moment. I am talking about some sleep paralysis conspiracy theories, perfect for people that can't sleep. Let's see. Let's see what this clown's saying. Well, 507, you know, what you can do is you could think about that and do some research on it and then continue to tell what findings you had. There might be a lump inside the, you know, the brain. Because, you know, when there's a lump in your head, what you can do is look at that really closely and then figure out what is wrong with whatever eye issue you have. Okay, so now actually, here we talk about conspiracy theories, and I'm giving another perspective about them. That is not true. People that never smoke or drink anything can experience that. And I do believe in the supernatural, where there could be demonic entities that somehow infiltrate people's dreams through spiritual connections to cause terror to people. So I think it's also a spiritual factor also at the same time. In medieval times, it's widely believed that the demons, you know, these incubus or succubus, visited people at night to press down on them. This origin of the nightmare was an old English term for a demon that suffocates the sleepers. Well, no, there's a theory with the people with sleep paralysis that the brain thinks it's awake. Like, now there's something called lucid dreaming, where people can lucidly dream about something. And it can, you know, you think you're really awake. So that's a way it could trick it. So I think the brain really does think it's really in those situations. I do agree with that. But it's technically not actually awake. And it doesn't always have to be from alcohol. Okay. But if someone who's sober can confirm that they will experience sleep paralysis because of that loss of REM sleep was being backtracked. To lucid dream, I would recommend a year's worth of data and you're writing your dreams. Yep. Now, I've had lucid dreaming since I was growing up, and I do believe there's a scientific reasons for it where people might become more susceptible. But I do believe, in my opinion, which people may disagree, there's a spiritual realm and something spiritual going on where people have demonic entities influencing them, not influencing them, but can terrorize people in dreams. I do think that both things correlate with each other. Yeah, and you kind of like the Inception movie where they didn't know what was reality and what was not reality. Like, what's a dream and what really is a dream? Like, are we in a dream right now, or is it not really happening right now? One Adobe is that your dream on your hands and not in your heads. Oh, interesting. Is that your dream, your hands are not your hands? Okay, so it's like someone else's hands. Noctis even quit smoking for 1 year. Well, yeah, that is good. To be able to see the dream being accurate. Another thing is you will not be able to turn the lights on. Okay, so why wouldn't you be able to turn the lights on? Okay, the jinn. Many of these cultures attributed the experiences to attack on malevolent spirits like creatures known as jinn. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, I think I'm back. I am back. Okay. So there I is, right there. Let's see. 38, 4, off. Okay, we're back on. Okay, and it says, I understand your skepticism, but can you refute with peer-reviewed scrutiny? Yeah, do it with peer-reviewed scrutiny if you're still around. So yeah, the question is, we believe that dreams can be demonic. Dreams, sleep paralysis can be demonic, and that is a reason for it, possibly. Now, although I'm not denying scientific reasoning, I still believe that there is truth to it having demonic origins too, besides it being something natural. Okay, let's do this and try to fix this thing right here. Because, oh, that's one. That's one. All right, getting the other thing in here. Okay, that's good. I am back. Now let's make sure that I really am back and go here and see if, and that didn't even work, but anyway. All these devices are complicating. Okay. Okay, I am still here. That's good. Well, I'll put this. I had to go charge. I had to go charge something, so I went out for a moment, but I'm still here. Okay, so we'll see if Innes has any other things to say about that, and now we'll continue with what we were saying. All right, in Japan, the theory is rooted in Buddhism, where it was once believed that monks could use magic to paralyze others. The jinn in Egypt and Middle East. Many of these cultures attributed their experiences to attacks by malevolent spirits created known as jinn. Alien abduction. A modern cultural theory suggests that many reports, which often involved bright lights, immobility, and senses of being in the room, are actually misinterpretations of sleep paralysis. Let's see. See, proof. It's demons. Now, I do think that a lot of times when we see these things, the human mind goes and thinks it's a threat. It goes into a human threat response. Because I do think that it really is detecting these types of entities there. And people may not believe they're really there, but people think they are there. Okay, how what? You know, like, say you have an energy force field of some kind, like electricity. You can't see Wi-Fi or cellular data moving around, but but it's there. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's there. That's a very good question. Now, speaking of ghosts and things like that, there is an electrical field. Now, there's theories that ghosts are really demons. And no, I'm comparing Wi-Fi to a spiritual realm, right? It's something that you can't see. And just thinking a little, it's good that you're asking these questions and you're thinking very diligently about this. But it's like thinking, not comparing us to, a Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm not comparing apples to oranges. I'm saying that you can't compare what I'm comparing is the spiritualness, right? You have a Wi-Fi that's like something you can't see, but it's there, to a spiritual thing, electrical magnetic field of some kind. People that do ghost hunting can detect these types of entities in these places, right? The same type of logic would be where you have the fallen angels, demons, right? A spiritual force of some kind would give off some sort of electrical field, right? And people have had summoned these things before. And the way people behave, which I believe people on their own could be evil through their free will, okay? Like, like someone saying the devil made me do it. I agree the devil, people just did it on their own to be evil. But I do believe there's some sort of entity of some kind that can influence these different dreams by, say you have a positive and a negative, right? And you connect two magnets together. So the spiritual thing can latch on to someone's like spiritual field through a magnetic impulse of some kind. A way to explain it. And let's see. I don't know if I'm familiar with that. And Noctis says, how is Dungeon and Dragon applied to scientific skepticism? Exactly. It's, Noctis was talking about some scientific skepticism, but, we're talking about scientific skepticism. That was the question. Because you got to remember, it can't really be disproven either. And these are theories. I'm sure the way it really works is maybe different than what I'm saying, but in the scientific, theories that there's some sort of energy field there. Epstein himself said that there is some spiritual thing that leaves people's bodies, and he would know about that because he did a lot of dark stuff. So, and a way to look at it is that there's an advanced civilization. I know you're directing it at Noctis. Noctis, I know you're directing it at Innis. I know you're directing it. I was just reiterating what you're saying to him. Yeah, and it's like, how can you go and disprove it completely, because there's you know people that have had instances where they have sleep paralysis. Now, there are scientific explanations for it, but I'm not denying the scientific explanation. What I'm saying is that there's people that have had these. Well, good afternoon to you, Sigma. Good afternoon. There are these people that will see something standing in their room when they're sleeping, standing over them with big, big dark eyes. And you have to wonder, what are they seeing exactly? And in that situation, rather than it being a hallucination, which I do believe hallucinations can happen, is that there's a theory that it's a ghost or some sort of evil entity that is doing that. And I think, my opinion is that when people, like, there's a girl that was seeing a big tall figure that was white with pitch blackness in the eyes coming towards her constantly. And it's rather than it being a hallucination, maybe there really is some sort of a spiritual thing that we can't see that is there. So that is what my hypothesis about that is. So, just to think, especially if it happens to somebody, right? Now there's scientific explanations for these things, right? But I'm not denying the scientific evidence. I'm saying that there's something else too, in conjunction with it, that it's a something that in this world we can't see. And maybe see, people are doing psychedelic drugs. People can see something that they can't usually see in this dimension, but it opens them up to see something else. Like, people could see aliens and other things with psychedelic drugs. And say a lizard, right? Or when I was showing you all the garden earlier with the different plants, there's certain dimensions that you can see things differently than other times. Oh, thank you, Noctis. Facts. And a fish in water is very different than somebody that's on land. It's comparing apples to oranges. Now, there's theories about the aliens themselves being interdimensional, how they could pass through different dimensions. Same thing with ghosts and spirits. Because there's people that see ghosts. Even if people may disagree about the dreams, maybe not, but there's definitely ghosts or spirits people can see, and there's a way to explain that. And you go ask the alien, how do we explain that? There can be hallucinations, people might think. There can be delusions, but just what if, hypothetically, there's some sort of other, just like a fish in water, there's some sort of other thing that we're not completely seeing here. People said at one time gorillas didn't exist. There were cryptids that didn't exist. That's why we have to be open, even without the hypothetical scientific data, that there's something there. Because you could have scientific data that can be wrong, or they're overlooking something. So when people see something or having a dream or an encounter of something that's not really good, maybe there's truth to it. Like ancient people that had experiences with those angels, those aliens, those ghosts, I don't want to completely discredit them and say that they're not seeing something that's real, because that's going to make them feel worse psychologically. And what if they really are seeing something that can't be explained? And that's why I do believe there's a spiritual realm that also is in conjunction with that. Hello there, Becky. Welcome to the stream. We've been having an epic discussion all night about about 5 hours or so, about aliens and cryptids, and now we're on sleep paralysis. Yes, I am up late. And it was one of the greatest nights ever. Okay. Good night to you also. Okay. Now, these were the theories about what these... Oh, it's 10:17 a.m. Okay. Well, good morning to you. Yeah. Okay. So, the old hag was a popular theory that the witch-like creature called the old hag would sit on the sleeper's ships and riding them to exhaustion. A lot of times people believe that there is something sitting on their chest. Where I am, it's 5:17 a.m. So they, saw something that was they felt something that was on their chest. I just think that it's wrong to completely discard it as a hallucination because there could be something else to it. Okay, and there's a person there's Mario, sleep paralysis. There's Mario, says Becky. Okay. Yeah, Becky is awesome. Oh, yeah, you feel that too? You feel that too, bro? Yeah. Oh, now asking this thing. Let's see. Paralysis, drawing, painting. Let's see. Painting, horse. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Yeah, so I do think that sometimes sleep paralysis can have to do with other entities from other dimensions and different things like that. And let's try to find this other thing. Let's see. Night terror. This is what I'm talking about here. So now this is a crazy one right here. You got this one was like, see, this is a demon sitting on top of the female. Yeah, that is an example of the art about it. Okay. Let's see. Let's just go back to this part. So yeah, and has any of you experienced night terrors, or when like something's like on your chest and you see something standing in the room like looking at you? Yeah, that is the night terror thing. That, for instance, there is this demonic doll that was based on all the creepy doll movies, and the Annabelle, right? And it would float over somebody. Oh, that's good. That's good. So when the demonic entity would go and float over the body, it would go and strangle the person, the people that had the doll, because this Annabelle thing was cursed, and it did, it had people the family's back scratched up. It was claiming that it was a spirit of some girl from a long time ago, but it was very demonic-like. So that is a theory about, like, you see, Annabelle, for instance, is, like that. Why do they get ignored? I have not seen you since earlier, but I see you there, underboss. Yeah, it went all over the place because the reason why it did that, you see, you're catching on. I'm glad that it means you're paying attention. Because sometimes people may not always pay attention, but you are. Oh, hello, mermaid. Thank you. And okay, back to sleep, and you're going back to sleep. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by and telling us hello. Take care. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying that is the person that had the demonic doll experience, which is a confirmed demonic doll experience. It happened when a sleep paralysis thing happened, where they had a dream of the demon doll strangling him. Well, have a good night, mermaid. Take care. So that was a demonic dream the person had, and the doll really was demonic, and the doll is at a place, and it's locked up in a box, right? And you might be asking, Alien, why are we talking about demonic dolls? The reason is it had to do with sleep paralysis, right? One dream the person had where strangled him. And in real life, in physical world, it was a demonic doll. It scratched people. It had bad, and it did all kinds of evil things to the family, and things would fall and bad stuff would happen. So it wasn't just in this dimension, it was in the other, not in a dream too. So that is a link between something that was cursed and something that happened in a dream. Just to show that that the two things could be linked, hypothetically. There's people that have had haunted houses and they had demonic dreams of something evil happening. So just again, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Definitely what you're saying is true, but I'm also saying hypothetically there's evidence of some other reason for these dreams too. Also, it's like there's a cursed doll and they have a bad dream about the doll, but it's also happening in reality, not in just a dream. People that have a haunted house where something flies off the rails, but it's real, like it's really happening. So that is what I'm explaining to. Your mother's afraid of your home. Mermaid said, hello, notice, and have a wonderful day, night where you are. Facts. Mario, you'll be able to cover yourself. You cover yourself. So that is... Oh, thank you, Mermaid. Yeah, she said good night to everybody. Well, that's good. All right. So... Yeah, and that is my explanation, my case, is that you have these... My stepdad said to sell my home because it's haunted. I said no, and this divine's place, the safest place to be. Well, underboss, that's definitely a lot of courage for you to want to stay in that place. You probably see the haunted... it's like Mickey Mouse when he went into the haunted house in the old 20s film. And he's like, play. And the thing, like wearing a hood like this, and you play a piano for the ghost thing. So that's what your house is like. So that was your house, actually. Yeah. And the house was like angry. Ooh, it was like everything was just kind of going all over the place. Mario, you are the one. You have to focus on your own socks, Mario. All right, because the socks you have, Mario, are two different colors. So make sure you get your socks matched correctly before you focus on other people's socks. Okay. Now let's see this case. Medical, spiritual. The thing moves around. All right. Things move around. The lights turn off and on. Knocks, the bangs, and they've shook 500 square feet home. Yeah, shout out to Mermaid keeping the trolls in check. Great. And also shout out to all the mods and our viewers and our new friends. Appreciate y'all too. And yeah, so underboss, that definitely sounds like a lot of activity. You gotta charge them rent. And I know you're in Mickey Mouse's haunted house, the one that he went into, and that all those skeletons that were dancing outside. So, and Nosferatu, he's the one that was doing that to you because he flicks the lights on and off of the Krusty Krab. See? And we're late right now, so that's really him right now. And that's what he does to you, right? He's flickering the lights on and off, and we're in the night shift right now on the stream. So that's him, and he's there to flicker the lights. Scared. Scared. Yeah, and I used to not believe in poltergeist myself, but I believe in objects sadly move. Yeah, it's like I've seen things move around and objects and stuff do that too. You know, it's happened to myself. Yeah, there's definitely something there. The pay the bills 45 have worked since 31. I have no idea who pays my living expenses. Well, you know what, boss? You know what, boss? It might be the extraterrestrials. I mean, not the extraterrestrials. It might be those ghosts. The ghosts are the ones that are paying your electricity. The ghosts are the ones that are providing. Because you have a lot of them in your house. And that is the explanation. And, oh, no, Mermaid figured out. It was, okay, it's actually the taxpayers. Ah, okay, okay. It's, so the ghosts don't have as much money as I thought they did. Yeah, Nochis. Yeah, Nochis says, can you ask them to pay the student loans? Right. Yeah, that's what the ghosts need to do. All right. Underboss says Nigerian oil money from Chief Justice Supreme donates Oraro, my uncle, and he has over 4 million USD Freemason family. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were saying that earlier about the Freemason family. Well, they were getting the taxpayer money. They were doing that. Yep. Well, 3, 2, you need it. You need to go and to the other area where you get the gas done. So we're taking that out of the spaceship because we don't have that kind of food on the spaceship. So you got it from somewhere else, probably from Earth. You kid. And Under says, I get no government money. I don't eat with government. I'm anti. Oh, yes. Yeah, Underboss said he's anti-government. He gets it from his $1 million Mason family. We got 41 likes. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for subbing and hanging out with us. Oh, a mermaid has never heard of it. Oh, uh-oh. Scared. Mario, you cannot escape. And you weren't given permission to talk. All right. Many cultures, Oh, you somehow liked. Okay, thank you, mermaid. Thank you. Scared. Scared. I'm an alien that gets scared. All right, and yeah, so that is the situation where he definitely the Masons have all the dough, and I'm thinking here with my Timu brain. Yeah, Underboss, who is your favorite YouTuber? And that is where, you know, the ghosts are not as rich as I thought they were because they always stay in people's houses, and I'm thinking that they have to go in there rent-free. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, enlighten us, mermaid. Not mermaid. Enlighten us, Underboss, about that. All right. Many cultures and spiritual traditions view sleep paralysis not just biological, but a glitch, but a hypothetical spiritual encounter. Well, scientists attributes to misalignments of REM sleep. Oh, oh, hilarious. Yeah, Nochis. It's he's his own favorite YouTuber. Yeah, a shout out to Noches. All right. Under says her name is Bella Annalise. She is from Texas. She adorable, but mean ignores me like Jesus ignores Christians. Yeah, well, under the underboss, scared. Oh, you're welcome, Noches. Oh, Noches, definitely subscribe to Noches, definitely, absolutely. All right, so there's demonic attacks. So, and many is Christian and Islamic traditions, sleep paralysis seen as encounter with demons, shaitans, and jinn from oppression and a shadow man. Like we are talking earlier about the shadow man. Oh yes, yes. Subscribe to Noches. I'll do it too. Let's see. He's right here. Let's see. All right. Shout out to Noches. And Noches and I have been having a great conversation the entire night about the different conspiracy theories and stuff we talk about, and it's been awesome. Oh, you're welcome. It's a really great conversation. 43 likes, and people are saying that like I've been up for a long time, but this is one of the most. This stream got 800 views. I mean, and 43 likes, and we got like subs went like you went like catapulted. Yeah. Oh yeah. A mermaid has a very great channel, and it's about gaming, the pool rooms and the back rooms. She is a really good gamer, and she's just and yeah, an amazing mermaid. Amazing mermaid. Underboss, and you certainly like when you tell them to stop, they stop immediately, and that is really great. Of simplistic advice of what to do. And I never thought of that because I am not. I have a Timu brain, but you definitely are a genius, and I do think that is great advice. Tell them to stop, and they'll go. Facts. Yeah, pool rooms, and I love the back rooms, and I'm obsessed with the back rooms. So that is one that I was on too with the back rooms. I wasn't on though, but I was really obsessed with the back rooms, and Mermaid did it because I was asking about it, and it happened. So that is she does great with the game. She has great commentary, very cool channel, and she is doing very well with it. So subscribe to her. She is a very good gaming channel. Yes. So, Nigeria, the Yoruba people attribute the Yugun Oryu, a female demon possesses the mind and body. Oh, you have shorts, definitely. Oh, thank you, Mermaid. Glad that you're caught up. And you saw me outside with the moon earlier. Okay, good. Oh, memes and comedy. Leno, laughter is the best medicine. And glad that you put those up. Oh, you riding your e-bike. Oh, that's nice. That is really cool too. Okay. Oh, the moon is there right now in the same phase. That is cool to know about. Oh, that's cool, Underboss. Facts. Mexico described as the El Muerto, a dead person, when the spirit is deceased and the person lives on the sleeper. Astral projection, spiritual growth. Some Eastern traditions, like the Tibetan Buddhism, view the states as opportunities for spiritual growth. Okay, Underboss says, host, my Nigerian family practices Nigerian Juju magic. Look it up real quick. That's our association with the British Crown. Okay, let's see. Nigeria, Juju refers to spiritual belief system and associated objects, simulates charms and spells, used to influence events through supernatural powers, while often used to protection or healing. Neutral force that can be directed for either good or bad purposes. I have astral projected and concluded with smoking DMT, not knowing what it was. Oh yeah, that is wild. Yes. Yes. Okay. Objects infusion. Juju is often physical object itself, like an amulet, medicine bag, or monkey's head, that have been infused with spirit energy by specialists. In there's a my city, there's something popular called the voodoo. That reminds you of voodoo. That they brought it from Africa to the Caribbean. Yes, underboss. I'm aware. I'm aware of the DMT research centers. You know, because the project MK Ultra. Yeah. All right. And contagious magic. It operates on principle that objects once in contact, like hair or clothing, remain spiritual link, allowing the practitioner to influence a person from distance. Never take ever. I was kind of trying to smoke and then projected, dumbfound myself. All right, so contagious magic. It operates in the principle of object known as contact the hair or clothing, remain spiritual talk, allow practitioners to influence person from distance. Scared. Jazz. In modern Nigerian slang, Juju referently knows as jazz. That's where the jazz music comes from. Okay, that's where the word comes from. Okay, because they have jazz music. That's okay. And yeah, they would say jazz was kind of spiritual. Well, that's where it comes from. Okay. Protection and healing. The traditional healers use juju contract curses to treat the physical ailments to provide spiritual shields for lucky and safety. Harmful magic, known as bad juju, it can be used as cast spells, cause blindness, blind people, or oaths along internal rituals, and there is money rituals, a controversial modern application where the some believe wealth can be attained through dark spiritual sacrifices. Uh huh. Like what the elites do. Nigerian contact sleep paralysis, rarely seen as just medical condition, it is also universally interpreted as a spiritual attack. Just like what I was saying this whole time. Okay, and the spiritual warfare. The many believe in the innocent village people no longer exists in a threat of small juju and is added to modern interactions to cause these nighttime attacks. Tradition remedies. Common practices break the paralysis include Okay. Oh, interesting, Under. Oh, nice meeting you too. And let's see. Go into the trip and come back partially realize different those things don't affect Buzlov and you form all the things taken away because of divinity. Yeah. Yeah, definitely be careful indeed. Yes, nice to meet you, Underboss too. Ah, okay, Juju versus Voodoo. Okay. While the confused Voodoo is formerly religion organizing in Benin that focuses on ancestral nature worship. Juju is specifically magic or tools used within various West African spiritual traditions, including those in Nigeria. Let's see. Notice in my birthday and home, some guy just had a log and smashed into us. Yeah, yeah, I remember that mermaid. That was really messed up when that happened. I'm glad that you're able to be okay from it. Let's see, crazy good. Oh, thank you, Ken. Thank you for subscribing, Ken Wizard. Appreciate it. And handled a strong amount, and after her taking whispers doors, but mostly green aura. Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely auras are real. You know, definitely those auras are real. Well, Underboss, you certainly are superhuman. Yes. There you go. Yes, Kin Wizard, I certainly will do that, and thank you very much for coming. By the way, wizards, I talk about Merlin and stuff on this channel, so that is cool. I like the wizard parts. Yes. Okay. And now continuing, Nigerian tradition and belief system, especially among the Yoruba, Juju functions as both spiritual shield and medicine practice. Practitioners, often called the Juju men, are native doctors, create specialized charms by infusing physical objects with spiritual energy to address specific needs. Yes, welcome to the spaceship, Kin. Welcome. So the Ayata, a charm believed to make the wearer's body impermeable to bullets. The Okig B, designed to protect the body against sharp forces like dangers and machetes or axes. Amulets and rings, small items like wood, bone, or leather bound pouches worn around the neck, wrist, and waist. To guard against evil spirits and ill fortune. The palm fruit. In Igbo, the tradition keeps one of these rare fruits in your pocket, believed to repel evil attacks and keep witches away. Amen, mermaid. All right, so many plants in Nigeria are used to their dual physical spiritual properties. Scared. Host, those abilities from Juju come from celestials, aka angels. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So those come from the angels that help uh, use as like a medium for them to be able to do that. Okay, thanks. Bitter leaf, the physical use of detoxification in malaria, spirituality. It is used in purification baths to clear curses and remove negative energy. Alligator pepper, a sacred spice used to open rituals to seal covenants and invoke spirits. Everything celestial magic. Yeah, it's like the Force. Like in Star Wars, they talk about the Force. It's all around us. And neem, known as the warrior leaf used to drive away evil spirits and neutralize witchcraft. Bitter cola, stewed socially in rituals, it is believed to have mysterious spiritual properties and is often used to sacrifices at road intersections. The sun roll back and turn all white. Amen, Mindy. I do agree. And shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Yes, the Holy Spirit is the ultimate power. It's all the protection you need. Yes. Yes, indeed. And the indications, spoken words, phrases believed to be called upon ancestors, like yeah, we're explaining about what the Nigerians believe. But yes, the Holy Spirit's what we believe. But also, I'll explain what this other group believes in too. All right. And thank you, Mindy. I definitely agree with that. Yes. Special spoken words, phrases, believe that ancestors are deities, the god of iron or the god of thunder. And by the way, the Nordic, the ancient, the Vikings had the Thor as the thunder god. So Sango is their god, their thunder god. Interesting. Yes, the power of the Holy Spirit definitely is all we need. And okay, so they do the voodoo and hoodoo are very complex and African roots. Yes, yes, they are. Because although I don't practice those things, my city and some of the people that came from the Caribbeans, they did those different things. Yes, those are two separate things, indeed. That's true. Oh, they have sacrificing and live animals or leaving items at the shrines to ensure charms of potency. That's very interesting. The Muslims do sacrifices too, but it's like they believe in the Abrahamic God, but their sacrifices are different than ours. Is it because Jesus' sacrifice was the last sacrifice for all of humanity that we believe? Yes, I definitely agree. Amen. Okay, and Nocha says, I learned through Santa Muerte about voodoo and hoodoo origins. Oh, okay. That's where you learned that from. All right. Yeah. I learned it from Google AI. So a little bit ahead of me there. Yeah. But definitely, Jesus is the main truth in life of all things. Oh, yes. You don't practice those things, that you're aware of them. Okay. Oh, hello, the white man. Thank you. Shout out to you. Thank you for the nice dono. I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. All right. Minnie says, have you seen the videos in Africa where they make clothes for spirits and spirits inhabit dressings and they make and start dancing? Is very eerie. Oh yeah, it is very eerie, and I have seen videos of that. And we those who might know more about it in the chat can get more detail about it. But yeah, that's basically what they do. They go and do these things where, yeah, Winsub, yeah. They basically do these things where they go from the spiritual thing attaches itself to it. Is very eerie. I do agree. I saw one video of someone in Africa levitating during one of those spiritual stuff. Yeah, it's definitely eerie indeed. And in my city, what they used to do, they would they get a snake and they would do those types of dances and things. They also are famous for those dolls too. Had now when they did one thing they did is that they combined Catholicism with the voodoo too, and they made it into a hybrid thing. So yeah, definitely, Mindy is quite eerie indeed. And we are talking about Christ and talking to different peoples around the world about this as we continue the ministry. At the same time, seeing what these other religions think and putting our own ideas into it. Yeah. So, oh, thank you, chat. Shout out, yeah, shout out to the white man. Very cool. Thanks for all he does, and I appreciate that. Don't know. And the sacrificing, the animals leaving the items and shrines, personal items. Yeah, it's an assimilation of the schools of thought. Yeah, that's the right way to say it, right? Yeah, knowledge is power, definitely. All right. Personal items. The items like hair, nail clippings, and clothing are often used to create a spiritual link between a charm and the person. Yeah, there is saying when I was little, it was best not to do that with the connecting of the spirits of like using personal items like hair or fingernails for witchcraft. I remember there was a dude that was he's a Christian and he was raised in a voodoo cult and he talked about Haiti and Africa and how they would do those things and he was talking about these little demons and things that run around the room and stuff like that. So that's what these cultures did. But they said like to not give your fingernails or hair to anybody. Yeah. Oh, that's good, Mindy. That's good. That you go down the rabbit holes. And Urchu and the discussions. Oh, you don't even do that with La Santa, right? That's good. That's good. Oh, mermaid. That is right. You did tell us about that. And in Jesus' name, all curses are broken. Okay. Let's see what the legends are. Yeah, that is good. That is good. Yeah, amen. Yes. All right. The legend of Nigerian deities is Orishas, often blend historical kingship with supernatural power, and here are the most famous stories of Sango and Ugan and Oya. Okay, the king of Oyo, Sango, was the third Alphan king of the ancient Oyo Empire. He was a powerful and charismatic warlord, but had legendary fiery temper. The fire breathing king. According to legend, the Sango possessed a magical preparation that allowed him to split fire and command lightning. Tragedy of Koso. One day, while testing his power on a high rock, Sango inadvertently struck his own palace with lightning, burning it to the ground and leading many of his wives and children. Heartbroken and shamed, he left the city in a place called Koso. Ah, right, right. Thank you for the heads up. Notice. All right, the tragedy. The Obakoso. While some rumors claim that he hanged himself out of grief, the followers insisted that he did not die but vanished onto the ground and ascended to heavens to become the god of thunder. Obak also meaning the king did not hang. Yeah, underboss. Thanks for the insight about that, because yeah, there's so many different ways it could be done, and that's why we have to be very careful and diligent in trusting God's protection and guidance, um, for those that believe. And yeah, thank you, underboss, for the info. Okay. Yeah, so that must be the origin story of their version of Thor. Right, and Ugon, the pathmaker of the gods, clearing the way when the gods first descended from heaven to earth. They see those aliens I told you about. They come from earth down to here. Clearing when the gods descended from heaven to earth, they found a world blocked by dense. Amen, Notice. Amen. Imperable forest. While the other gods failed with the soft tools, Ogun used his iron machete to clear the path, earning the title Opener Way. Yeah, prayer and meditation, definitely. The first king, an Iri Oguyun, lived as a human and became the first king of the town of Iketi. He is the patron of anyone who works with metal, including blacksmiths, warriors, and even modern day drivers. Okay, good night, Pools. Thank you for coming. And oh, the underboss understood. Facts. Facts. Okay. Let's see. So after the period of intense war where accidentally deleted his own people in blind rage, Ogun was overcome with remorse, and he had struck the ground with his sword, sank into the earth. He promised his followers he would return to help whenever they called his name in need. All right, so yeah, shout out to Mermaid, the amazing Mermaid. God bless you, Mermaid. Have a very good night. Yeah, that reminds. It's kind of like King Arthur, because in Europe, there's King Art, the Legends of King Arthur. Where I am at 6 a.m. Where I am at 6 a.m. This is the live stream that got the most views ever, and it got the most likes. So tonight, chat was a breakthrough. We really accomplished a lot. So I don't care how long I stayed up, but let's see how many views we have. How we got? Yeah, well, yeah, over, yeah, way over 800. Wow. Yeah, it is 6 a.m. I think I've been doing it for 6 hours. Okay, Guardian of the Dead, and she. So that reminds me of King Arthur. The King Arthur, he was like the ladies of the lake, which are kind of like extraterrestrials. Oh, thank you, Mindy. I appreciate it. Thank you. And there are these people who these creatures, and not creatures, but they're like ladies of the lake. They're kind of like cryptids. Oh, Underboss says Texas is an hour behind Georgia. My favorite Google cybersecurity humans are from Texas. Okay. Well, shout out to them. Yes, Georgia's an hour ahead. And of me, that's where it's like 7 a.m. there, and the central time is 6 a.m. Right on. And the ladies of the lake are similar to the Valkyries. And the Nordic Vikings, they had these Valkyries that came down and saved fallen warriors. that were slain. And King Arthur was saved by ladies of the lake and kind of taken to Avalon, and that was like where this like heavenly state was. So that this Nigerian king was similar to King Arthur, similar type of story. Interesting parallels, right? Okay, Oya, the queen of the storms and winds. Transformation. Oya was a favorite wife of Sango. Legend says she was originally a spirit who can shapeshift into a buffalo. She once hid her buffalo skin in the forest to live as a human woman. A guardian of the dead. She is a fierce goddess of the wind, tornadoes, and lightning. Unlike many other Orishas, Oya had unique power to control the Egan spirits of the dead, acting as guardians of the gates of the afterlife. Yeah, and you see with Thor, which are and these Africans have the god who was thunder, and the Norse people, they had a god of thunder, and he had red hair. I have a red beard. It's kind of similar, and he had goats, and he'd fly across the sky. Oh, they have shape shifting over there, like the skinwalkers in Native American culture. Okay, okay. So they have the shapeshifters too. Okay, understood. And good to know. Yeah, the and that's what Thor did, and he was god of thunder and farmers, stuff like that. Okay, source of power. One popular myth suggests that Oya stole the secret of fire and spitting from Sango by tasting his magical medicine, which was the wind of Oya. Yes, yes, and the Vikings, the Vikings had this type of, they had this face paint that they put on them that was blue, and the chemical would seep into their body and would cause them to go to the berserk, and that's thus the name that they were the berserkers, right? And the source of power, the popular suggest Oya stole the sacred fire, spitting from Sango by testing his magical medicine, which is why the wind Oya was always processed in Sango during storms. Let's see the festivals. Wrong thing. That's right here. And a lot of the Vikings didn't have the horns in their head. That was something that people came up with from, you know, the different uh, myths, but it wasn't really true. They just probably look like this, and they went to on a long ship, and they went to different parts of the world in Africa, North Africa, and Middle East, and okay, the Nigeria's most famous traditional events held annually in Palace of the Elephant in Oyo to honor the god of thunder. Time frame. Typical a 10-day event in August for 2025 was held August 7th, August 16th. The festival began in the Yoruba traditional New Year. It features Rara praise singing, traditional drumming, and dramatic fire breathing performances by Sango devotees. Following the wearer were red clothing and white red beads symbolizing Sango's fiery nature. O Ogyon Festival. God of Iron War is honored in several towns, most notably in Odo, Ondo town in Iri Ikati. Okay. 17 days before the festival, the traditional trumpet is sounded, dawn, notify the community. Now, in the Israelites, they had the shofar, which was a ram's horn that they used to blast. They didn't use the cow horn because it was associated with Baal, the this like demon god, the devil, and because the Egyptians had this golden calf thing they worshipped, so they had to use a ram's horn, and the kuyu, which is like a Yemen thing. It's not a thing. It's like a Yemen animal called a kuyu, is mainly used a lot of times as a modern chauffeur. All right, and dog sacrifice. Oh, scared. They sometimes they sacrifice. Rite involves sacred dog sacrifice to appease the deity, ensure protection for those who work with iron. Whoa, that is wild. We don't need to be sacrificing the dogs. And many paint themselves blue, white powder, or charcoal as a symbol of spiritual connection and protection. Let's see. The Oya Festival. An Ira believed to be the final resting place of Oya, the goddess of winds and storms. Time frame generally held in November. For example, the 2024 festival was held on November 16th. Worshippers gather at Oya's sacred grove in Ira for profound moments of devotion and to seek her protection. Festival often includes the Oya outing, where her role as guardian of the dead and command over natural forces is celebrated through specific dances and chants. Okay, and they have the Olojo Festival. While honoring the many deities, specifically celebrates the day of Ogun cleared the path for many gods. Held annually in late September and October, the Uni appears wearing an... Yes, exactly, Notice, right. Wearing the sacred beaded crown, which believed to weigh over 100 kg, and is worn once a year during the spiritual charged event. And let's say yes. Let's see how this goes. Yes, yes, that is good to be cautious. Yes. Nigeria Orisha festivals are powerful spiritual events with strict rules to maintain their sanctity. Because many rituals involve the presence of a sacred energy, the visitors must follow specific protocols to avoid the cultural missteps. Many don't understand you must be of African blood or ancestry related. Yeah, I would think that's true. Yeah, definitely from their culture, that's how it would work. And rules vary by region. These general guidelines apply to major Yoruba celebrations like the ones I mentioned. Dress modesty. The Nigeria is culturally conservative. Women should avoid the short skirts or shorts, low cut tops, opting instead for loose, long sleeve clothing. Men should avoid tank tops or shorts. The color restrictions. A certain festival, such as the EO festival in Lagos, wearing the red color is strictly forbidden. No, to adhere to these rituals, I have been told from Elder Barijos Mexican witches. Oh, okay. So you got inside information. Okay, interesting. Thanks. Okay, so no head coverings. During the many processions, visitors are required to remove the hats, caps, and even headscarves unless to prove traditional regalia. Photography. Limits. Taking photos of the sacred Orishas. Yeah, I agree. Nothing to play around with. I agree. Yeah. Taking photos, sacred Orishas, or specific secrets rituals is often strictly prohibited, always asking festival marshal or local guide before using a camera. And there's in Brazil. The ceremonies are held in sacred spaces called the Ter Erios, vibrant blend of music, dance, and spiritual possession. Fiesta on February 2nd, the largest celebration primarily in Salvador, Baha'i. Devotees dress white, blue, with launch baskets of flowers, perfumes, and mirrors into the local ocean for the goddess of the sea. That's Calypso. So, like in Pirates of the Caribbean, they had this, and it's something real, like in the mythology. So there is this the goddess of the sea, Calypso, and she was, that must be their version of that, because a lot of these religions had the same gods, but they changed the name of it. Brahios too. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Notice. Lava Gem Bonfirm, famous syncretic festival in Salvador where Bahanas women in traditional white dresses ritually wash step church in Bonfirm. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Sango rituals is still god of fire and justice. His ceremonies often involve dramatic drumming and fire passing rituals among the worshippers. Okay. Nearly have 1,000 views in this stream. Wow. Thank you, Notice, for the info. I got you. Thanks. And that was in Hocus Pocus. Oh, shout out to the white man for the memberships. Awesome. Thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you. Duke got one, and they got a couple people. That is awesome. Facts. Okay, and primary deities Sango, Ogun, and Oya Batala. And Ogzala. Let's see. Okay, cool. Let's go this way. Synchronism often participated alongside Islam and Christianity. Interesting. Interesting. Heavily blended with Catholicism, often linked to Saint Barbara. Okay. And common during the specific rituals. Oh, thank you, the white man, for joining the macaroni crew. Welcome to that. We appreciate you very much. Thank you for the donos and memberships. Possessions common during the specific priests, rituals, central community ceremonies. Participants, we enter in the trance. Okay, let's see what the Catholic saints that match this. You too. You too. Okay, and they were synchronized with Catholic saints, so enslaved Africans could secretly maintain their ancestral traditions under the guise of colonial Christianity. The pairing of Orisha with saint often depends on a shared imagery, such as holding a sword or being associated with nature or a specific life story. Okay, Ogyon, war iron protection. Saint George or Saint Anthony. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Saint George. He is on the Russia. They're they have a picture of Saint George in their coat of arms, stabbing the dragon. And England has the Saint George's cross. American flag is red, white, and blue. So they're all kind of like connected. And Saint Anthony's another noble saint. Yeah. Both Saint George and Ogun revered as warriors and protectors. Sango and Ango, thunder, fire, justice. Saint Barbara and Saint Jerome. Saint Barbara associated with lightning. She was beheaded by her father, who was then struck by a bolt from the sky. Sango so and Oya, windstorms and a dead. Saint Barbara and Saint Catherine. Both Oya and Barbara are linked to the power of lightning bolt and fierce tempests. Yamea and Yamaja, ocean motherhood. Our Lady of Regalia are the navigators. Both patron sailors represents the nurturing, protecting power of the sea. Now, Saint Christopher is they have in these different traditions as a saint of travelers. So they're basically these African deities they associate with different saints in the Catholic countries. Okay, ocean, river, love, and beauty. Our Lady of Charity in Cuba, Ocean is the patroness of the island, matching the high status of Our Lady of Charity. Let's see, and Aliuga, crossroads and openings. Saint Anthony, or Holy Child of Achaka. Oh, she originates from these. Okay, gotcha. Our Lady of Mercy and or Christ, the creation, represents the high deity authority within white impurity. Travelers and Lost Pass. Yes, and healing disease, Saint Lazarus, both traditionally depicted a poor man accompanied by dogs associated with miraculous blessings. And let's see what the sacred foods are. Both Nigeria and Brazil food is bright between physical and spiritual worlds. Each Orisha had favorite dishes and offering them in a way to show respect for their favorite. Okay, so the food's something we talk about here a lot, and we're going to see what kind of food we got here. Sango, alma, and yam flour with abula soap and okra. Oh, okra is in my city, and okra is something that came from Africa during the slavery, and they made it in a lot of nice dishes. Hardy and hot match its fiery, kingly energy. Ogun is roasted yam, palm wine, and specific dog meat. Whoa, that's wild. And traditional Nigerian rites. Scared. Represents the rugged, earthy nature of the forest warrior and blacksmith. Oh yeah, akara fried bean cakes and eggplant. I much prefer that. Yeah. And spicy light reflecting the speed and intensity of the wind storms. Oshun, the mula cornmeal with honey shrimp and honey. Sweetness and colors represent love, beauty, and wealth. Pounded yam without salt and white snails. Must be bland represents his status of a god and peace and clarity. Ritual in Baha'i, women who sell bananas are often priestesses who they fry the black-eyed pea fritters in bright red palm oil. Offering before selling to the public, the first few are always aside as offering to the goddess to ensure a cool, successful day. The Blotza followers often avoid palm oil, alcohol, especially palm wine, because legend says Abatala got drunk while creating humans, leading to the mistakes. Oya followers may avoid mutant certain types of beans, salt often forbidden, cooler, high-ranking Orishas. Okay, let's see this. Very interesting in Africa that they have these. Oh, thank you for listening. Thank you. I'm glad that you are listening. Let's see this. All right. Back in a moment. All right. There we are. And let's go to this part where they have. Let's talk about. Oh, thank you. Glad that you're here too. All right, so now talk about the Santa Muerte, Holy Death. It's a Mexican folk saint who personifies death as a skeletal female figure. Unlike traditional saints who were once living humans, she is an entity of death itself, viewed as a powerful, non-judgmental protector. Ultimate equalizer, her primary appeal is that she does not discriminate because death comes to everyone. A rich, poor, saint or sinner, she is seen as saint of disposed. the shadow virgin. In Mexican culture, she is often seen as a darker photo-negative counterpart of the Virgin of Guadalupe. Now, the Catholic Church officially condemns her. Yes, your Lady of Death. Yes, and many of their followers identify as Catholic, treat her as a secret additional to their faith, and the color meanings. Oh, your godmother. Yes, yes. White, purity, cleansing, and spiritual protection. Red, love, passion, and emotional or family strength. Gold, prosperity, money, success in business. Green, justice and legal matters often used by those facing court cases. Black, protection against black magic, energy, darker requests. Her followers, 21st century marginalized groups, and people in various dangerous professions or communities that are persecuted or health and healing. Aztec deity. It also comes from an Aztec deity, and while she was, yes, every color has meanings in her cloaks, right? And I studied about her like a month or two ago. Yeah. One of Spanish and medieval imagery like Grim Reaper, ancient Aztec deities like the Mictec Ati. I was really butchered, but the Lady of Death, while she was existed secretly for centuries, her first public shrine was established in Tepito in Mexico City in 2001. Okay, and that is very, very fascinating. And she, I said the artwork and stuff is very, very fascinating. Okay, and let's see. Yes, the Aztec version of this. Let's see, explain the Aztecs. The center, so the Aztec version is Lady of the Dead and her husband, Mictlantecuhtli, who together ruled under the Mictlan, while Santa Muerte is modern folk saint. Many scholars are devotes to either her as a contemporary or reincarnation version of it. Oh, okay, nice, nice. The Saint of Death. Very, very fascinating. Notice. Role. She presides over the ancient festivals for the deceased and guardian of bones of deceased. Mythology. Legend says she was born and then sacrificed as an infant, becoming the queen of the underworld, the lowest levels. She was often depicted as a flayed woman or a skeleton with her jaw wide, swallow the stars during the day. The long Aztec festivals she was oversaw are direct ancestors of the modern day of the dead. And the lord of the underworld, the husband, was the Mictlan of Dark, challenging the realm where most souls who were deleted remarkable deaths such as the old age or common disease spent for 4 years journey before reaching the final rest. Iconography. Typical shown as blood spatters with a skeleton with a necklace with human eyes. The Aztec, he was not evil, but he represents a natural cycle of life. Like, this is basically talking about the circle of life, where, you'll have, that's a sun coming up where I am, by the way. Yep. It's a circle of life. Well, there is a life and death, and it's kind of like Fear the Reaper, so what comes, it's like with the Lion King, there's circle of life, and what comes up will come down, right? And everything is in Christ's hands at the end. He has, angels and helpers, and he people that pray. You can pray with each other, etc. And yeah, and in Christ, I believe, guides us all home. And for those that believe, which I think is a positive thing. I see life and death every day through spirit of Yeshua. Amen, Notice. Amen. In his death and resurrection on the cross, that God would humble himself to the point of death, and he would resurrect himself. Yes, amen. Amen. And yes, facts, Mindy. And so that is how it works, his life and death, resurrection. And because God told Jesus he would take his life away from him, but he would give it back to him. And the people that were gloating about Jesus, they were realizing that they didn't successfully. They said they took out Jesus, but no, they didn't take Jesus out. And they were able to, Jesus was able to. Okay, I'll start over. So Jesus, the people enemies of Christ were trying to go and take him out, but then they were like, no, Jesus, his fate was in God's hands the whole time, his Father's hands, and he was able to bring him back to life. Like this, they were not successful at taking Jesus out. Yeah, Notice, I'm glad that you were guided to Yeshua, to Christ, that she guided you there. And he is the way, the truth, and the life. And because he, is like, basically there's a time where there is a person who was at a well, and that the well would dry out, but the well that he would give out would be abundance for all people, and that it would never dry out. And he's basically like, there's like a big tree, right? He is a palm tree that gives continuous dates to all people. And that's what he shed and did for all people, did for everybody through the cross. So there's many ways to Christ, so that is, great that he is with us. Now, let's see this. Yeah, that is interesting. It seems like there is ambiguity about it, where it could show people either one or the other. Now, one thing that I do know is that God gives people over to the desires of their hearts. And God is even known from the Bible. God is even known in the Bible to go and... Oh, hello, Aaron. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Morning time, yeah. So the thing about Notice is that God is known to show people the desires of their hearts. And he will even let people be misguided in their own errors. So I do think in your heart and mind, you wanted Yeshua, and that's why you were shown Christ. Other people might want something bad and God allows them to go in that direction, because, Jesus, they, for instance, they'll say, oh, we knew you, Jesus, but he says, be gone from me, I never knew you. And God lets people have free will to choose the desire of their hearts and even confirm what they believe, in their delusions. But God wants all people to come to Christ and come to the truth. But people that are not there, he lets them go on their way. So with Notice, you truly wanted that, and that's why you had that there. So Aaron, good morning to you. I hope that you are doing well, Aaron. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And good morning to you. I've been streaming all night. And he says, yes, Lillian, you go. Yes, amen, Aaron. Amen. Free will and time to be with Jesus. Yes. Yes. And Minnie said, yes, alien, you go. Just like Pharaoh, he gave Pharaoh many, many options to change his heart towards God, but eventually his heart hardened and God gave him over to his will. Yeah. Yeah. And, people will he'll give them over to themselves. So I think basically that just like the scale I was talking about earlier in the night with Anubis between uh, the feather and the weighting people's sins, that people will choose the path that they want, that God will give them over to it. So yeah, I think that's the explanation why that is, Noches, because that's what you wanted in your heart and your mind, and that's where and God brought you to Himself, and that is very cool. That to explain that to you. Let's see. Right. So, for instance, like the sower of the seed, Jesus describes how different soils, human hearts, represent the words. The words of God. Like some seeds fell on some thorns, some fell on good soil, others didn't, and then some seeds fell in the good ground, where you know everybody was able to see the truth. So it just depends. Like sometimes it didn't fall because some people heard the good news but didn't act on it, and that's what happened. Seeking you will find, works both ways. Seek evil, you'll get evil. If you seek good, you'll see good. Yeah, exactly. Oh, interesting, Noches. Interesting. I like to know. And because, Yeshua, he will guide you to himself. Definitely. And Good Samaritan, a lesson on mercy teaches about the neighbor is anyone that needs regard in the background. The lost coin and the sheep. So, two stories illustrating God's active search for every individual and great joy in heaven when the lost person is found. Yeah, and he will leave the 99 sheep to find the one. That is what Christ has always done. And there's a woman that lost a coin, and she got her light, and she put it there, and she was going and looking for the coin. And when she found it, she overjoiced and told everyone she found the coin, because it was a great, and that's how God feels when He saves somebody. And prodigal son, the narrative about the father unconditional love and forgiveness for his rebellious child. Yeah, there's a prodigal son, and they're telling him to come, and then he had to cut the biggest calf and gave him a great feast. I just said, I was once homeless, dwelled in darkness in the streets under dim lights. I found through suffering and sleeping on the concrete, also saving homeless animals. Oh, that is so great. You saved homeless animals. And Christ said, if you, whatever you did for people, you did for him. And that is very noble and righteous of you. And you were definitely in a dark situation. And as it's saying here, that Jesus will leave the 99 to find the one. And I'm glad that you were guided through that to him. And the two debtors, the Pharisees and publication. These parables contrast self-righteousness with true humility before God. All right, and you're welcome. You're welcome, my brother. It's my pleasure. Parables of the Kingdom focuses on growth and value of the reign of the mustard seed and the hidden treasure. God sees all of our deeds, even if it's the size of a mustard seed, even if of the atom's weight. Anything good anyone did or bad that was in the shadows that we brought to the light. And a lot of times these people that are of darkness, it's like they're in dark water, right? And they can't even see their face. They can't see anything. And those that have the light of the Lord within them, it's like a lamp within you that has unlimited light. And that, as Christ talked about in his parables. So that is, and some people, if you give them eyes, they won't see, and ears, they will not hear. But they'll keep talking, though. So that's how some people are. You give them eyes and ears, but they will not see or hear anything. And they're just unknowingly in the darkness. May God help all those people find the way out in the Lord's timing. But for those that are in the light, that is good that, God calls his sheep home. Okay. Let's see. And let's go this one right here. All right, there's a parable of the sower. All right. The farmer scattering seeds across 4 different types of ground, representing how people receive spiritual truth. Some seeds fall on the hard path and are... Oh, thank you, Mindy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And farmers scattering seeds across different types of ground, representing how people receive the truth. Some seeds fall on hard path and immediately eaten by birds, while others on rocky soil, sprouting quickly but dying because they lack deep roots. A third group is choked but thistles and weeds, symbolizing the distractions and worries of everyday life. Finally, the seeds that land on fertile soil grow into massive harvests. Story serves as a mirror, asking you to consider if your own heart soil is open to receiving or hardened and distracted from it. When hardships come, God brings ease, and if more, God brings even more ease to his flock. And you see, in people, there's like sometimes with people who are around, some people will just give off something bad, like an aura that's bad. Some people give off something that's good. Like there's people that give off like a scent with perfume or cologne. Other people give off something like they're been making swords in a blacksmith shop all day, and because they just want to keep having a war with themselves or others. So that's why the company you keep is very important to take into consideration about things. Let's see this right here. And everything that happens is God has already ordained to happen. Like in this, what I meant, we have free will and stuff. What I mean to say is that God has control of our fate and what happens, and everything happens according to his will, and God's around us and is always with us in every way. So it's already been taken care of by him. And, the powerful story of the prodigal son is about the younger son who demands his inheritance early, leaves the home, and wastes his entire fortune on a wild, reckless lifestyle. When a severe famine hits and he finds himself starving and feeding pigs, he decides to return home, hoping his father will at least hire him as a servant. However, while he is still long away, his father sees him, runs to him, and embraces him with massive celebration. Instead, to lecture he expected. The story is highlighted the contrast between a father's radical forgiveness and the older brother's resentment, ultimately teaching that no matter how far someone wanders, they are always welcomed back with open arms when they decide to come home. Right. All right, I'm doing here. All All right, next part. All right, so the parable of the Good Samaritan. A stinging critique of the religious hypocrisy and radical lesson who deserves our mercy. It tells the story of the traveler who stripped, beaten, and left for a deleted dead on a dangerous road. While the priest and the Levite men of high religious standing both see the victim and intentionally cross the street to avoid him, it is a Samaritan who finally stops at the time. Samaritans and Jews were bitter, social, religious enemies. Yet the outsider, this is only one who cleans the man's wounds, puts him in his own animal, pays for his long-term care at the inn. Jesus uses the story to prove that being a neighbor isn't about sharing the same race or religion, but it's about showing active compassion to anyone in need, regardless of social cost. All the darkness in the world can't extinguish a single candle, remember that. And whatever was woven in your destiny was for what you needed. Because gems were not polished without friction. So the bad things actually are a good thing. It makes you stronger and gives endurance and it's a story to tell. All right, the mustard seed. A tiny seed that grows in a massive tree shows that God's kingdom starts small, but eventually provides shelter for all. And the lost sheep. The shepherd leaves the 99 safe sheep to find the one lost, illustrating the relentless pursuit of every individual. And let's see this. The lost coin. A woman miraculously searches her home for one missing coin, highlighting the immense value God places on those who are lost. Pearl of great price. Merchant sells everything he owns to buy one perfect pearl, symbolizing that the kingdom of heaven is worth any sacrifice. Hidden treasure. Similar to pearl, a man discovers a treasure in a field and joyfully sells all he has to secure it. The wise fool. The wise and the foolish builders. One man builds a rock on the sand, the other house on the rock, survives a storm, teaches that the true faith requires acting on Jesus' words. A small amount of yeast transforms an entire batch of dough, showing the pervasive and quiet influence of God's kingdom in the world. Lamp on a stand. A lamp is not meant to be hidden under a bowl, but placed on high to give light to everyone, encouraging believers to let their faith be visible. You wouldn't want to put it somewhere where no one could see it, nobody could see anything in the room, especially back in the day when people had lanterns were the only thing to see anything at night. So that lantern is God, and to show everybody there in the room that he's there. All right, let's do this. Yes, absolutely, Mindy. Amen. Parable of the hidden treasure. A man who happens upon a fortune buried in a field Instead of simply taking it, he hides it again, goes to sells everything he owns out of pure joy, and buys that specific field to legally possess the treasure. This short story illustrates that the kingdom of heaven isn't just set rules, but discovery survival, that giving up your old life to attain it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. It feels like an incredible bargain. It challenges the listener to consider if they view their faith as a burdensome chore or as life-changing prize worth any cost. Parable of mustard seed. So, good morning, Doe. Welcome to the stream. I've been streaming all night, and hope that you're having a good morning. Welcome. Compares to the kingdom of heaven, a small familiar would plant in his field, the mustard seed. Though it starts as a tiny, almost insignificant speck, it eventually grows into the largest of garden plants, becoming a massive tree where birds can come and find shelter in its branches. Jesus used this image to encourage his followers, who were then just a small, marginalized group, that God's work doesn't need grand beginning to have universal impact. It teaches the faith, spiritual movement, often in quiet, humble ways, but possesses an explosive internal power to grow and provide protection for everyone. All right, let's do this. All right, so this is the armor of God in Ephesians. All right, this is pretty cool. Paul imagines the Roman soldiers preparing for battles to describe how the believer protects their spirit. He lists their specific gear for specific needs: the breastplate of righteousness to guard the heart, the shield of faith to stop fiery arrows of doubt, and the sword of the Spirit, Word of God, as the only offensive weapon. This metaphor teaches that spiritual life is constant struggle that requires being dressed and ready for every day. And anything can happen to anybody, and it's important to have faith and to, understand these concepts about this. The runner and the prize. Drawing from the ancient Olympic Isthmian Games, Paul compares the faith of a long distance race. He points out that while many people start a race, only those who train with discipline and run to win receive the prize. He used to explain the spiritual growth isn't accidental. It requires the same grit, focus, and self-control as professional athlete. Body, its part. Corinthians and 1 Corinthians. Paul says the human body explains how I can cover myself and my family and loved ones in the armor every single morning. Oh, amen, amen. And that's important to do because, and we would be completely equipped and armed against whatever comes against us in the forces of darkness. Yes. Amen. Paul uses the body to explain how community should work. He argues that an eye cannot say to the hand, I don't need you, nor can the head tell the feet that they're useless. Each part, no matter how small or hidden, is essential for the whole body to function. This was the radical call for unity, teaching that every person has a unique gift that the rest of the group depends on. Borrowing Old Testament, Paul asks if a piece of pottery has the right to talk back to a person who made it. He uses the potter to represent God as the clay, to represent humanity, illustrating that God has the sovereignty and artistic right to shape the lives according to a bigger purpose, even if the clay doesn't fully understand the design yet. This stream got over 1,000 views. Wow. That is groundbreaking. This is a historical stream. Historical. All right, and let's see the agriculture metaphors. I am thankful for God for everything. Hey, the law of sowing and reaping. Paul's most famous farming rule, a man reaps what he sows. A very classic one. He explains that if you plant seeds in your flesh, selfishness, anger, or greed, you will naturally harvest a life of decay. But if you sow the spirit, kindness, patience, and faith, you will eventually harvest the eternal life. His biggest takeaway is patience, just as the farmer doesn't see a crop the day after planting. Paul tells his readers to not become weary in doing good because the harvest will come in the right time if they don't give up. Paul uses the complex grafting metaphor to explain how different people fit into God's plan. He describes the ancient olive tree, representing the Jewish faith, and explains that some original branches were broken off, while the wild olive shoots, non Jewish people, the Gentiles, were grafted to share the nourishments of the root. It's a lesson of humanity. The new branch shouldn't be arrogant because they don't support the root supports them. Timothy, the hardworking farmer. And the letter to his young protege, to Timothy, Paul points to the hardworking farmer should be the first to receive a share of the crops. He uses this to show that those who labor in ministry or spiritual discipline deserve the benefit of their work. It also emphasizes that spiritual results don't come to the lazy, they come to the person who wakes up early, till the soil and their character. Paul uses this to settle an argument about which leader was more important. He says, I planted the seed, Apollos watered it, but God has been making it grow. He argues that the person who plants and the person who waters are equal, working together in the same goal. Metaphor shifts to focus on away from humans, celebrity, and leaders, and puts back into God, source of life for growth. It's like, say there's a garden one time, and these people inherited it, and they were getting arrogant and boastful about it. So what happened was they weren't going to share it with anybody. They're going to keep it for themselves. But when they go and wake up, it's all gone, and they lost everything because they're arrogant and greedy. And by they're going to get it early in the morning, they go, ha ha. But nope, they lost it all that way. And they repented and asked God, forgiveness. And then, God forgave them. But the point is that when arrogance and selfishness, it's only going to lead them to spoil their harvest. Many civilizations throughout history that became arrogant against God, they were destroyed by God countless times. When they feel pride in it's good to have pride in what you're doing, but they feel the lack of humbleness and no pride in what God did and just think they could do it on their own. That's when they destroy themselves. And you could say even people that may not believe, you could see where a civilization gets hard times make strong men make hard times. So strong men make good times, and good times make weak men. That's what I meant to say. So when the weak men happen, their civilization collapses, kind of like what we see today in our modern world. So that's why I think, it's quite clear here that for those that don't believe or do believe, which I believe God is the source of all goodness and praise, this is what happens when they get too boastful and they just collapse. And, pride before the fall, as Jesus said. You have to forgive your brethren 777 times. All right, and let's see fruit of the Spirit. Paul uses the fruit spirit, the natural harvest that grows in a person's character when they are connected to God. He intentionally uses the singular word fruit, not fruits, to show that these 9 traits are single package, like segments of one orange rather than a buffet you pick to choose from. 9 traits: love, the foundation of everything else, seeking the best for others regardless of how you feel. Joy, deep-seated sense of well-being that doesn't depend on your circumstances being perfect. Peace, an inner quietness and confidence even when life's chaotic. Patience, the ability to endure difficult people or situations without blowing up or giving up. Kindness, acting with mellow or generous spirit toward others. Goodness, the moral integrity and action, doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Faithfulness, being reliable, trustworthy, and sticking to your own commitments over long haul. Gentleness, the use of your power strength to restrain its power under control. Self-control, the ability to master your own desires and impulses instead of being a slave to them. Yeah, definitely wisdom universally that has been preached for out countless centuries. Agricultural lessons. Paul contrasts the fruit with the works of the flesh, anger, jealousy, selfishness. He points that you don't manufacture these 9 traits by trying harder. You grow them by staying connected to the source, the spirit, much like a branch produces grapes, simply by staying attached to the vine. He famously ends by saying such things, there is no law, meaning that if you live this, you don't need a list of rules to tell how a good person can be. Let's see. Paul's body of Christ. All right. His way of explaining how a community should function. He argues that a group of people is like a single human body. It has many different parts, eyes, hands, feet, and while they all look and act differently, they are completely interdependent. No part is useless. Paul specifically mocks the idea of an ear, saying, because I am not an eye, I don't belong in the body. He insists that hidden or weaker parts are actually some of the most indispensable. Shared pain and joy. He writes that if one part of the body suffers, every part suffers with it. One part is honored, every part rejoices. There is no room for every man for himself in this model. The head is the leader. In his letter in Colossians, Paul clarifies that Jesus is the head of his body, that the head provides the Shatamari tools. The head of the leader. So, letter of Colossians, Paul clarifies that Jesus is the head of the body. The head provides direction and a nervous system, while the rest of the parts carry out the work of the world. All right, and at this point, we have completed the stream for tonight. This was the historic stream where we did over 1,000 views and very amazing crowd. Thankful for all of you. Shout out to you, Mindy Doe, and all the mods, and notice everybody, and peace, and see you all on the next one.